Welcome back to day 2 of Cisco Live APJC in Melbourne. So excited to have everyone back again. We've got such a packed out schedule. My name is Emerald Williamson. Before we begin, I would love to thank Mandy Nicholson for the welcome to country. I would like to introduce myself for those who are joining for the first time on day 2 and those that are joining from day 1. Hello, I hope that you are well rested because we've got so much to talk about. My name is Emerald Williamson. I am an account manager based in Sydney, Australia. It is always so lovely to be in Melbourne. And I am joined by my 2 Melbourne local hosts, Dave and Shika. Hi, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Em. Great to be back, day 2. But yeah, those who are joining us, my name is Dave, Dave Wood, account manager based here in Melbourne. So second Cisco Live, and it's very exciting to be back for day 2. Even more excitement than yesterday. Shika?
Yeah. Hey everyone, welcome back to those who are joining us from day 1 and those who are joining us today. Hello again, I'm Shika and I'm one of the customer success managers in collaboration based out of Melbourne. And second Cisco Live, but first time hosting with these amazing hosts with me. And from the stands onto the hosting table, it's been a fun journey.
No, we've definitely taken it to the max with the theme. We've run around all of yesterday to the world of solutions, to all our interviews in between the desks, to get coffee. And the theme that we are going with is 3, 2, 1.
Let's go!
We had so much to talk about, so I really want to have a bit of a recap of some of our highlights from yesterday. Dave, what do you reckon was the best thing that you saw?
For me, it was the keynote speaker. So hearing from the VP team there. One of the things I took out, 11 acquisitions this year alone is it's pretty impressive. So one of those being quite a big one as well, as we know. But that was very insightful and exciting.
Yeah, and again, from the keynote as well, because obviously there was so much to unpack from the keynote. Amazing speakers. We had Jeetu, we had Dave, we had Jackie, and I think the security AI assistant, what Jeetu announced yesterday, I think that was incredible. The demo itself, where you can just put in what you're trying to do, and it's going to give you the commands and then push it to your devices. I think that was incredible. And again, we're coming back to the AI. We're like 1 minute in, and we're like already talking about AI. But yeah, AI and sustainability talk from Denise as well. That was really good, how Cisco is empowering like all our customers with a unified portfolio to assist with their sustainability goals. Another one was the World Cup, and I think that was discussed quite a lot because Australia won, and it was addressed by Jeetu and Dave, so that was a funny one. And I think, the keynote was incredible, and some of the iTalks as well, and our interviews, mine with Larissa and 2 of the architects, I think some really good insights for the engineers, and I think so much. I mean, it's just so, I think the whole day was a highlight.
Oh, I have to say, I felt like we had 3 or 4 days in one, just because, we definitely had some strong themes that came out. You're right, artificial intelligence. I think if there's one suggestion we could make, I'd love to see our particular segment, or at least Cisco Live, being run through AI to see how many times it was actually mentioned.
We might be replaced, and that was the case.
Okay. Let's remove that suggestion then. I really do like sitting on this desk. But Jeetu is also so dynamic as well. I think throughout the keynote, you can see that he's really excited about some of the announcements that we've made around that AI space, but also in collaboration and security. Yeah. So I'm really excited because I think you'll be interviewing him later today as well.
We do have a studio interview with him, and there's going to be more AI talk, just heads up. But I'm really excited. Again, as you said, perfect word. He's so dynamic. And then just talking to him, he's so passionate about technology, what he's done for Cisco and his previous company as well. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, I think for me, something that Dave and Jeetu highlighted was that purpose report, which they said would be released, it was released last night. Yeah. And I had a really lucky experience of actually reading through it, and it made me feel really good about what we're doing as an organization to help the community. And there's some highlights that I wanted to point out here. Yeah. So, Jeetu mentioned that we'd positively impacted 1 billion people. That actually, I think he undersold us a little bit because it's 1.1, so I can't forget that 100,000. Yeah. We had 16 countries globally voted as best place to work. And I think Australia is one of them, so we can probably attest to that.
Yes.
20.5 million people going through the Networking Academy. And I think a lot of the people watching today would have also maybe been part of that lucky cohort, and we've had 1,300 digital acceleration projects. So you can see that we've really actually taken our technology and innovation and taken it out to the community, as well as impacted the environment.
And I think what you mentioned earlier, like obviously 1 billion people, and what we were talking about yesterday, how proud we feel to be working for such a big company, but also like it's messaging around giving back to the community and helping everyone learn. And I think I personally feel really proud, and then more proud to be part of this, so that we get to do this.
You can hear it resonating with the customer as well. Like I had a cup of breakfast with a customer this morning, and they were saying that message really is shining through. Yeah. You can sort of see that everywhere. So it is cool to see. It's sort of is about the technology, but sort of what we're giving back as well is just is incredible.
And we can talk about it, but I think we've actually got a little bit of a highlight reel that we're going to move towards. So let's take a look at what we did yesterday and the highlights of day one. How great was day one?
Super exciting. Yeah.
Really, really fantastic.
As you said, it felt like 5 days crammed into one, especially for us. Like, it was a long day, but I feel so energized even after that.
I feel there's more energy in the room, in the convention centre today. It just has a bit more of a buzz about it, I think. There's people everywhere, so...
Yeah, they must have had really good events last night as well. Yeah. So, everyone's talking with each other. So we're actually starting off the morning with an innovation talk, but before we go, I think there's a couple of things we should mention about housekeeping.
Yeah, just to mention, if you're watching on ciscolive.com/APJC, you can get 7 languages translations, which are local languages because we're streaming in Asia Pac. And you can join in the conversation on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, at Cisco Live, at Cisco, and we have a bunch of hashtags as well. So hashtag Cisco Live APJC, join in the conversation. Anything that stood out for you from the keynote yesterday and what you're looking forward to? How are the hosts doing? Maybe let us know. And if you want us back next year. And a little mention to our 4th host, Kevin the Koala.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's important. If you did miss anything, ciscolive.com/on-demand will be available from the 20th of December for all the interviews and iTalks you may have missed. So that'll be available there as well.
No, that's fantastic. So we're actually going to be moving shortly into an iTalk around the experience of hybrid work. Organizations are asking, now that we've moved from fully in office back into that COVID pandemic situation where we went fully remote, now we're coming into this experience where we're working with others that are working from home while being in the office at the same time. So we're going to be hearing from Matthew Landry and Anurag Dhingra, who will actually be talking about that experience. So in much ado, let's go to that iTalk right about now.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? Great. It's so great to be back here in Melbourne for another Cisco Live. And I'm very excited today to talk to you about the next stage of hybrid work. A little bit later in the session, I will be joined by my friend and colleague, Matthew Landry. He is VP of Products for Meraki Networking and Wireless. And together, we're going to talk to you about how Cisco can help you deliver unrivaled experiences in this hybrid work era. So let's jump straight in. Now, when we have conversations with customers and partners like yourselves and ask you how your hybrid work journey is going, one thing becomes very clear to us. And that is that everyone has some sort of a solution in place, but everyone is still trying to figure out how to make it all work well together. And that is because hybrid work is hard. It is hard for users, it's hard for IT to manage. And when we dig a little bit deeper, we tend to hear these three broad challenges. How do you make hybrid work for everyone so they can do their best work no matter where they are? How do you make the offices a magnet so people not only want to come in, but when they're there, they feel like they're creative, they're productive, and they're being successful? And then finally, how does IT manage it all when people are connecting from a variety of devices, from diverse networks, and different locations? Now I know some of you are thinking, everyone's talking about AI. Can't AI help with these challenges? Yes, AI has promise, but the reality is a little bit more complicated. Why do I say that? Let's take a look at these data points that came out of the recently published Cisco AI Readiness Index. This is based on surveys of thousands of organizations and business leaders. And as you can see here, even though 84% of respondents believe that AI has promised to transform the way they work, only about 14% of them feel ready. Only 14% say they know how they're going to effectively leverage AI. Now, here at Cisco, we believe that AI is a large part of the solution, especially when it's purpose-built and it's integrated into the tools that you use every day. In fact, we have been shipping AI-powered experiences across our collaboration portfolio for years, across language understanding, audio, and video intelligence. Our customers love features like background noise removal and real-time closed captioning and intelligent framing and people focus in video. But we think we can do more. And that is why we've recently made 4 announcements to kick it up a notch. We've launched the industry's very first real-time media models. We are introducing an AI-powered audio codec. We are going to fundamentally change video clarity with super resolution. And then finally, a brand new AI assistant that is going to be embedded across our portfolio. Let me give you a little bit more on each of these topics, starting with the real-time media models. And when you think about what has been happening in the industry, the conversation over the last year or so since ChatGPT launched has been very focused on large language models and what they can do with text. LLMs are great at summarizing text, at generating novel content, and getting insights out of text. But when you take a step back and think about how we communicate with each other, it becomes clear that text is only a fraction of these interactions. A lot of communication is actually verbal and visual, with gestures and reactions, with tone of voice and inflections. And if you're not paying attention to the things on the right-hand side, you're missing valuable context. This is why we built the real-time media models to do with audio and video what large language models do with text. And when you combine the two together, you can deliver some amazing experiences. If you were at the keynote yesterday, you saw a demonstration in Jeetu's talk. Now, moving on, let's talk about audio codecs. Audio codecs are foundational pieces in a communication system. They help digitize and compress audio so that you can turn it into packets and transmit over networks. We've had lots of audio codecs, and they've served the industry well for many, many years. But now in the era of AI, we believe we can do much, much better. And that is why I'm very proud to talk about WebEx AI codec. This codec is 16 times more efficient than the industry's leading codec. And it also packages features like background noise removal, de-reverberation, intelligent reconstruction of audio. And by combining all of these techniques, we can deliver amazing audio clarity even in extreme packet loss conditions. And of course, this efficiency also helps us store audio at a very cost-effective way. Now, when you look at this chart on the left, you can see what I'm talking about. The blue curve on the top left is the performance curve for our codec. And it delivers amazing voice clarity at bit rates as low as 1 kilobits per second. This is fundamental innovation, and I'm very proud of what our teams have been able to do here. But we didn't stop with audio. We can now apply machine learning techniques to fundamentally change video clarity. So we can use super scaling and give you a high-definition picture every time, regardless of what was transmitted over the network. And then finally, all of this comes together in a brand new AI assistant that is going to be embedded across our portfolio for all user interfaces as well as administrative interfaces. Now, you might be asking, so what is this going to do for me to help solve my hybrid work challenges? It all starts with the WebEx suite. the WebEx suite is full of goodies. It obviously has core workloads like calling, meetings, and messaging, but it also has capabilities for hosting webinars and hybrid events and whiteboarding, audience engagement tools like polling and Q&A, and asynchronous video. All of this is built on a single platform to deliver a consistent user experience and a consistent administrative experience. Let's take a quick look.
In today's fast-paced world, collaboration is key. Bring teams together effortlessly with real-time communication, no matter where they are, from home to office or across the world. AI-powered interactions break down barriers and make virtual collaboration immersive. Integrated meetings, messaging, calling and events give you the tools needed to reach a global audience. Easily managed from a single place for uninterrupted productivity. Experience the power of seamless collaboration with the WebEx suite.
So as you just saw there, the WebEx suite has best-of-breed applications, all packaged together in a single offer and available at a really, really attractive price. And this is all going to get even better with AI. But instead of just talking about it, why don't I show this to you in action? So can we switch over to this PC here, please? So what you're seeing here is my WebEx application. And some of you will probably sympathize with this scenario. My days tend to get overscheduled, and sometimes I have double booked, and I end up missing a meeting. And that is exactly what is happening in this scenario. I ended up missing this meeting on data center launch updates with my team. But in this case, the AI assistant noticed that and offered me to catch up very quickly with a meeting summary. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this meeting summary. And now you can see that the assistant has very nicely summarized the gist of the meeting with text here. It has also extracted action items and called out who owns them. It looks like I'm on the hook to review and approve this budget request. They never end, I guess. But in addition to creating a text summary, the assistant has also produced a highlight reel, which is available here on the left. So this 53-minute meeting, I don't have to watch the full recording. I can actually catch up by watching a highlight reel in 57 seconds. And this is amazing. Think of this like a movie trailer for your meeting. And if you are interested to go and look at the full recording, that is still available. So I'm going to go ahead and click here to view full recording. But I want to draw your attention to the bottom of the screen here, and you'll see these chapters nicely created. This is all done automatically by the WebEx AI assistant. The assistant analyzed the meeting, figured out when the conversation moved from topic to topic, and nicely summed that up in chapters, and came up with these titles so I can very quickly navigate and jump to the segments that I'm most interested in. Pretty cool, right? But I said earlier that the AI assistant is going to be available across the portfolio. What you're seeing here is an example in the context of a meeting. The same technology can also show up and help me with my messaging needs. So I'm now going to close this window and switch tabs to my messaging view. Here we are. Now, one of the things that I deal with on a daily basis is people keep adding me to all these chat spaces because they just want me in the loop, and they don't give me any context. So when I look at a space like this one right here, the future enhancement, I don't know if I should pay attention to this or not. But with the AI assistant now, if I hover over this space, the assistant offers this very friendly and helpful tip here. I can click on this button and see why was I added in this space. The assistant is now going to come back with a synopsis of the space. And in this case, it looks like the team is working on some product ideas. And since I'm the CTO, they want my input. It all sounds very legit. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this space. There's a bunch of chatter here I want to quickly catch up. So I'm just going to go top right here, invoke my assistant, and ask for a summary. So I don't have to spend time reading everything here. So there we are. The assistant tells me that the team is talking about building a brand new email client and word processor. I don't know what you think about this, but I actually think that that's a really bad idea. But I'm not going to send this to them. I think I should probably be a little bit more tactful. So I am going to ask my AI assistant in this case to change the tone of this message. And it came back with this more professional response here. I have some concerns. It doesn't quite sound like me. So I'm going to try again. I'm going to ask it to make it a little bit more friendly. That does sound like me, but now it says, this is one of the most interesting ideas. I don't want my team to get confused with my sarcasm, so I'm going to ask it to refine it one more time. And now it came back with this feature ID is not quite up to par. So that is much, much better, and I'm just going to accept that and send that to the team. And there you go. What do you all think? Pretty cool, right? So this is amazing. This is just one example of how we are applying AI. If we move on and look at the next challenge that all of you tell us you're struggling with, it is how to make the office a magnet. And the expectations that employees have has changed in the post-pandemic era. Everyone goes to the office, and they don't want to go sit in a cubicle and do isolated work. They go there because they want to connect with their colleagues, because they want to collaborate. So you have to think about setting up your office spaces like that. But remember, we're talking about the hybrid work era. And so 98% of all meetings are still going to have at least one remote participant, even if majority of the people might show up in the office. So you have to video enable your spaces. And the irony is that out of all of 90 million meeting spaces available in the world, only about 15% are video enabled today. And many of those are cobbled together solutions that do a really bad job. It's not enough to just throw in a screen and a camera in a room and call it video enabled, because it is an extremely poor substitute for face-to-face interactions. We believe we can do a lot better than that. So imagine if the technology made it feel like there was no distance between you and your colleagues. It made you feel like you were right there in the room. That is the concept of distance zero. And that is our North Star for building hybrid work experiences. And we believe we can pull this off with the use of AI and combining our amazing software and hardware assets that are part of our devices portfolio. Think about it this way. All of the cameras in the room are the eyes of the system. The microphones are the ears. And the codec and the RoomOS software that is bundled in every device we build is the brains of the system. Now, this brain can use AI to look at the audio and video data and pick the right camera angle, frame people appropriately, cut to the next person when they start talking, and deliver an amazing movie-like experience to remote participants so they always feel like they are in the room. Our goal is to make distance zero a reality for every meeting and for every room, starting from the huddle rooms to conference rooms of all sizes, to unique spaces that have unique geography, unique geometry and layout needs. For example, this is one of our latest blueprints for boardrooms and large conference spaces. We call it Campfire. This uses 4 codec pros with screens mounted at eye level so that when you're in the room, you can talk to your colleagues across the table very naturally, and you still have a natural interaction with remote people. And if you're remote, you're not in the room, you get an individual stream from every single person in the room, and you feel like you're included. Distance zero is amazing, and our vision is to bring it to every single interaction, independent of the choice of the meeting platform that you have. Of course, we have invested a lot of our time and energy over the last few years to build an interoperable and open platform. So when you have RoomOS with WebEx, you get an amazing experience, but you can also join a meeting that's hosted on Zoom or Microsoft Teams or Google Meet. And for those of you who've picked Microsoft Teams as your platform of choice, our devices now natively run Microsoft Teams rooms. So even you can benefit from all the innovation that we have been building. So this is all great. But there's one more thing, and that is the network. As employees get into the office and they're sitting on these video calls and video meetings, is your network going to be ready to handle all that traffic? Will you be able to connect all your users and devices securely? And when something goes wrong, will you have the end-to-end observability to troubleshoot something very, very quickly? We believe that this is essential for managing hybrid work experiences. And to tell us more about this, I would now like to invite my good friend Matt up on stage. Matt, please join me.
Thank you, Anurag, my friends. Very exciting innovations that we've seen, and it really makes clear how important experiences are for our employees, our workers, students, guests. Absolutely critical. And since I look after the Meraki networking and Cisco wireless business, I have to think deeply about that network piece of it. And what we want to deliver is a very simple experience, right? We want the network to fade into the background. We want to help our users access their applications, machines, IoT devices, access resources. and not have the network get in the way, right? That's what we need to deliver. But it's much more complicated than that, right? We've been building networks across the globe for decades, and there's a lot in between that user and the application. Local networks, ISPs, cloud service providers, web applications, right? There's a lot in there, a lot of complexity, a lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. In fact, it does go wrong, and it's stressing our IT teams, right? The vast majority of networks are experiencing outages on a monthly basis, right? We've probably all experienced it this month. It takes time to fix these issues, whether it's a network outage or a security incident on the network. And this has tangible cost to the business, right? Actual cost of lost revenue, cost to productivity, the mindset shift when you can't get to your application and you lose track of what you were working on, right? These are real issues that we have. And experience matters more than ever. And when the network experience suffers, the user experience suffers, and we need to empower our IT teams to be superheroes. We need to simplify the network to help them deliver that user connected to the application. So that's why we have announced the Cisco Networking Cloud, a platform we can bring together on-premises and cloud-managed operating models. Now, it's not a new product. It's an evolution of existing Cisco networking products. If you're already deploying any Cisco networking, you're already investing in the Cisco Networking Cloud. And we're evolving that experience to bring them together into a common platform experience. Whether you're invested in cloud operations or invested on-premises operations, we want to deliver a singular experience with a singular platform vision. Right? And the platform consists of things like, the infrastructure, the networking devices that we actually connect together to build the networks, the management applications, the APIs that we use to automate them, data that's consumed by the platform, or emitted by the platform to combine with other business systems, common policies, right, so that we can ensure that we have consistent security, access rules across every domain inside the Cisco network. And this unification brings tangible results in terms of simplifying operations, right, making the IT operations teams more efficient, helping them scale faster and bigger than before, doing so with high degrees of security, and ultimately enabling those users innovate on their applications, helping the IT teams spend time outside of the network, building innovations to support their businesses, to support their organizations. And so the Cisco Networking Cloud is able to bring together all of these common capabilities that we deliver independently today to a common set of tools like AI/ML-powered network assurance, like a complicated network view, but if we can pull it all together to have one place to see every network domain. This is already happening today with all of our management platforms evolving to use a common design system, right? So that the ramp up, the understanding of one network domain is helping you to understand and move on to another network domain. And then stitching it all together with that notion of common policy. This helps us, bring more of our Cisco technology to the Meraki Cloud. The Meraki dashboard foundation for the Cisco Networking Cloud concept. And just a few weeks ago, we started shipping the Catalyst Meraki 9300 switch. Right? It's a Cat 9K switch, out of the box, connects to the Meraki dashboard, and gives you that cloud-managed networking experience. Right? So we can take the best of different Cisco networking technologies and enable it with this cloud-managed operating experience. We get capabilities like centralized visibility and control of the network from the day that you're trying to set it up to every day thereafter that you have to maintain it, right? Seemingly simple things like firmware management. You have to do it all the time continuously, and pulling it all together into a common networking cloud view. Lets you make sure that you're at the right patch levels, helps you manage the life cycle of your devices, identify when you have security vulnerabilities that need to be patched, helps you deploy successive generations of hardware without having to reconfigure the network at all. Right? This is the sort of simplicity and ease that comes with this platform approach. We also have launched cloud monitoring for Catalyst into the Meraki dashboard. We've launched it for switching, and then as of this week, we've started early trials for Catalyst Wireless. So you can take those on-premises managed switching wireless networks and connect them to the Meraki dashboard. So it's not managing them, but it has visibility. So you can start to stitch together your different networking domains, your on-premises domain, your cloud-managed domain, get common views of it, have quality of life, operational enhancement tools like configuration backups, kick off firmware updates, have visibility into all of the patch levels across all of your estate. So it makes the efficiency of our IT teams much, much greater, even though they're managing on-prem domains, cloud-managed domains. We've also recently launched a remote teleworker gateway powered with cellular uplinks, right? Because we don't just think about bringing workers back to the office as a magnet, not a mandate, but we want to support them working from home as well, right? So we can launch technology that's able to integrate in that work from home experience with the network on-site experience, securely connect them, have visibility into what's going on in that home network, which is always a pain to see what's going on with the ISP. But now, when you've got that corporate network extension into the home with cellular backup, you can ensure that your users can access their applications. The platform also delivers a lot of API capabilities to accelerate automations, to stand up networks faster than ever before, to integrate network data with business systems data, integrate it with building management systems, integrate it with ecosystem partners. At this point, we have over 300 different technology partners with market-specific solutions that they can integrate into the network. Verticals like retail, hospitality, education. APIs give superpowers to our IT teams. And then the most exciting part of it, for me, is the network assurance story that comes out of it. Now, there's two aspects to assurance. One is the top-level end-to-end view, right? As we look across that complicated network across all of those domains, using the Thousand Eyes technology, we're able to get a top-level view of what's going on, from the user, through the campus, into the ISP, into the cloud service providers, and identify where are problems coming up. And then we can dive into a specific domain. So with the networking cloud, with Meraki Dashboard, we can then dive into that campus network, proactively identify where there are problems on the network, and fix them. Get detailed recommendations about what the problems could be caused by, and automate the resolution of those problems. Right, so this combination of end-to-end top-level view with detailed, domain-specific problem solving and proactive estimation of problems helps keep our networks running smoothly. So I want to show you what this looks like. We recently launched the ability to deploy Thousand Eyes into a Meraki network on our MX SD-WAN gateways. So I want to give you a sense for this Cisco networking cloud experience where we're integrating everything together. What does that look like in practice? So I want to show what it would look like to deploy Thousand Eyes across 1,000 networks. Just pick a number, a large number, 1,000 networks. So sit back, relax, and I'll show you what it looks like. Did you catch that? Hope you didn't look at your phone or blink. But that's how easy it is, right? This idea of integrating our systems together makes it so much easier to do something. So let me slow it down and kind of walk through it, right? So we'll start out, we've got our Meraki dashboard connected to our Thousand Eyes account. Start there. And I have an application that I've deployed into AWS, and I want to monitor that. I want to make sure that my users can access the application, right? So I pick which application, AWS, and then I pick the networks. I want to deploy it across all networks. I'm showing 4 here, but that could be 400, 4,000, all. I want all of my networks to monitor access to this app. And then I click Start. Thousand Eyes agent deploys across all those networks. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to maintain it. I don't have to upgrade it. I can dive into my Thousand Eyes console and see, yep, great, my AWS application, it's being monitored. I can get details about the availability, the status, lots of rich information about what's going on with that app. And then when there are outages, that's when Thousand Eyes can start giving me some hints. Is it in the application? Is it in the campus network? Where are we going wrong? So that's the power of having the integrated Cisco networking cloud approach to bringing all of these different capabilities together across different domains. And the benefits are tangible, right? Tangible in terms of the operational costs that decline, in terms of the security benefits and the integrity of our networks, in terms of the experience that we're delivering to our users and their ability to travel less if they choose so, help us be a little bit more sustainable, and then give them that streamlined experience, user and application, no matter where they're accessing. So it's a very tangible example. I want to talk about one of our customers, Jax, based in Japan. It's a consumer credit company. Credit cards, Visa, MasterCard, and auto loans, one of the highest transaction volume vendors in the region, and growing very rapidly across Japan, of course, and then throughout ASEAN. And they're coming back from pandemic, recognizing the need for that hybrid work experience, the need for their teams to be able to collaborate remotely and not always in the office all the time. They needed a new collaboration solution. They also recognized that that was going to introduce new workloads, new challenges on the network for that shift in how they're working. And so they need to upgrade their network. And perhaps, no surprise, they did the evaluation and determined that, hey, Cisco WebEx is able to deliver that collaboration experience that they need. They're running at least 10x the number of meetings now than they were before pandemic. We probably all can identify with that. And they deployed Meraki networking across all of their locations to do a very quick turnaround, redeploy their networks, get them up and running, set them up for quick scaling into new locations as they open up new countries, new offices, ensure that they have the consistent security policies because they are a credit card processor, right? That's a serious financial environment for them to be sure of. And do so with confidence, scale, and ease. And so with that, I want to thank you for your attention. I hope that you found some of this very interesting, and I'd love to see you out in the world of solutions where we have examples of all of this, where we can dive into some of the details, all right? Talk to your Cisco experts, sales teams, partners. Find out more about what we're building here and how we are evolving step by step with the Cisco Networking Cloud and developing new collaborations technologies in order to help deliver that experience of users and applications. So with that, thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome back to the World of Solutions tour. So this morning we're honoured to have Chris and Michael from the hybrid work team to take us through everything to do with hybrid work. And so perhaps we'll start with what is hybrid work and what capabilities can Cisco bring to this world?
Yeah, fantastic. Hi, Richard. Thanks, Michael. And look, really what we're trying to do here with hybrid work, let's think about what hybrid work is. Effectively, how do we help our customers work better from home and get greater productivity and great benefit, great experiences, and be able to connect securely? And then if we think about what our customers have been grappling with in that balance and creating a hybrid experience is, how do we create experiences in the office that makes the office a magnet, makes people want to come back and use the office environment, removes friction from them, so when they want to come into the building and use the building, they can find spaces easily, they can connect with colleagues, they can work effectively, and also, when we're looking at the change in the way the space is balanced now with utilisation levels changing across the way people are working, how do we make that building smarter so that it can follow the usage patterns of people across the way they're using the building?
Fantastic. So why don't we move on? Start with, I guess the home is a great place to start.
Start with the home. Everyone loves to work from home, don't they?
Absolutely, right. So let's go find the home devices. An amazing array of devices that we have on display here, Chris. So perhaps you can take us through how this would play out in the home environment.
Absolutely, yeah. So, first of all, thinking from home, we've spent a lot of time when we're working from home in virtual meetings, engaging with colleagues and customers and business partners. We need to have technology at home that allows you to get, the best experience possible, reduce that meeting fatigue that happens when you're in back-to-back meetings all day long and feel like you're more connected with people that you're working with. So, the Desk series is really powerful to create experiences around, simple, easy. When I'm at home, this device basically takes on my calendar. It knows all the meetings I'm meant to be in. You see them on the screen there, and I can just drop into my meetings really easily. And then obviously the camera set up with virtual backgrounds and all of those elements really allow me to create an experience at home that's great for me.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I guess, Michael, is this something that we can sort of take into the office as well if you need to?
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. So what we want to do is give the users the exact experience that they get at home as well. So for us, we set up these devices in a hot desking mode. All I have to do is walk up to this device, either QR code scan that or plug in my laptop, it automatically logs me in. The beauty of that is all of my meetings suddenly appear and I get to have that device for as long as I want. The other thing that we wanted to mention is the ability to actually people count inside these devices versus at home where we don't actually keep that data at all. But in the office, we want to know that data so that people know when a device is free or a device is occupied.
Fantastic. So really, same hardware, different experience depending on where you're sort of working from at any moment in time. All right. So I guess now's the time to go into the office and have a look at what's happening from an office experience point of view. All right. We've battled the traffic and we've found our way into the office, Chris, and we're presented with this lovely board.
Right.
Tell us all about it.
Well, of course, we don't want, when we come into the office, we don't want overhead associated with finding somewhere to work. We've been used to working from home and, having all of the technology to ourselves. When we come to the office, we want to find a place really quickly and simply to be able to work. So removing the friction from using office space and finding places to work is the rich maps from Cisco Spaces. Now, of course, Cisco Spaces delivering a full platform with location tracking, wireless services and analytics about what's happening across the building. But here represented with a kiosk view to show us all the data collected from the Cisco devices inside meeting spaces to simply show the status of all of the rooms across the floor. So I can see here at a glance the spaces availability. I could go and find a room if I wanted to with the room finder. But if I go and actually just look at this floor, I could even tap on a space over here and it will automatically show me the list of what's the quality of that space like, what's the environmentals with the room temperature and the humidity and everything inside that space. And so I can see that space, of course, with a capacity of 9, I could now go and use that space. I can walk across and find it, or I could even tap that whole room button and reserve it for a few minutes while I walked across to the space.
All right. So why don't we go find Michael,
all right,
and go find the huddle room?
Sounds fantastic.
All right. So we've been to the kiosk and we've found a room that we want to enter, Chris. Tell us what happens next. We get to the room.
Well, that was pretty easy, wasn't it? Yeah, but of course now, so we want that experience to extend. So we've found a place to work. We come in to find a space. It could be a small meeting space, could be a medium-sized meeting space, or it could even be our large spaces. What we want to make sure is that we start to go and, not just go and reserve it from the kiosk if you need to, but you can also see at a glance when you walk out to the meeting spaces the status of this room. And you can see both of these rooms are booked and they have people in them. Of course, the camera here picking up people at Cisco Live, being able to see occupancy based on the camera seeing people standing in front of the system. So you'll see based on that status, the room is automatically showing occupied because the camera sees somebody in it.
So just to kind of clarify, so we can walk in, and as soon as we walk in the room, the cameras will detect us and say it's occupied. And so back on the map, it'll change to be
that
occupied.
flips to red, and we know that space is not available to use. The occupancy information is being shared, so we can report and see the utilization of space. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to do anything. We can come and walk into the space and start to use it. And there's a couple of different modes here that our customers can configure these in. They could be in dynamic mode where you simply walk in the space. You don't even have an option like this. You can display your own signage and you don't even need to press a button as you walk into the space. Or a mode like this where you could actually go up, touch it, you could book it for 30 minutes and have that reserved for you for a little bit of time. Mm-hmm. Or you could do full room booking as well via your calendaring system. So lots of different options to enable the easy use of space, which of course is the simple bit. Getting in to have a great meeting experience, of course, is what you want to have because you want to really easily and simply go and get in front of your colleagues or your customers that you're working with virtually, right?
So, Chris, they sound like fantastic features and you make some really good points about the simplicity of being able to book those meetings.
Yeah, and of course then that extends with the experience inside this space. So the technology using Cisco's partnership with NVIDIA to build intelligence into these devices so that these devices are using computer vision to be able to see the experience inside the room or see the participants inside a room and then be able to deliver great experiences by automating the camera modes and things like that. And Michael will touch on that a little bit more in a moment. But here what you see is this device is a small meeting space set up to deliver a great meeting experience with a single camera, but that single camera's got so much power that it can basically frame different people inside a space and deliver different views on that. So here you see it running in Cisco mode, of course, which delivers great meeting interoperability and great flexible capabilities. We have a look at what that looks like as well, extending for customers that might be using this in Microsoft Teams room mode. Michael, you might want to show us that and maybe recap the AI features across both.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. So this is one of our Microsoft Teams Room certified Cisco devices here. This is really built on our Room OS, so our Cisco code.
Yep.
And basically, we can do all of those camera smarts, all of the technology around people counting and room booking ability into these devices. The beauty of this is we get all of those camera views that we get in those meetings in Room OS, including frames, we've got best overview, we've got speaker tracking, and then we've got the ability to include any of our future capabilities, which we'll show you a sneak preview of next door.
Right, fantastic.
Yeah.
And of course, both of these devices being able to run in both Microsoft Teams Room mode or Cisco mode with, the Bar Pro here with dual cameras picking up larger spaces and the Bar here that can run in smaller spaces with a single camera. Right, so both of those being able to be interoperable and interchangeable.
Yeah,
the way they're deployed.
Absolutely. We've got devices for any size spaces, and then we've got our custom spaces as well.
Nice. Now, we've got to show some of this, right? Let's go and have a look at the large meeting space because, these spaces in a smaller medium have got exactly the same intelligence as we'll show you on the camera systems in the space next door.
So, Chris, Michael, here we are in a largish meeting room now. So perhaps you could describe the difference of the experience in this room.
So, Richard, right here, we've got our brand new unit, the EQX, the RoomKit EQX. And what it is, it's an all-in-one unit where a customer can mount this on the wall. They've got a wall stand, they've got a floor stand, but they BYO screens. We've got all of the speakers built in. We've got subwoofers built in, so you get spatial audio as well as directional audio in this unit all in one. Plus, we have the ability to do those extra camera features that I was talking about next door, including one of our latest ones called Crossview. Chris, I'll hand to you around our camera smarts here as well.
Yeah, so, first of all, what I love about this, and of course, the entire portfolio, is the intelligence built into the camera. So you can see on the screen here, one of the newest capabilities, which is so important, is when we're measuring occupancy about a space and looking at how many people are in it, people walking past behind in the glass get picked up by the camera, and so they're counted towards occupancy. Sometimes the camera will try and zoom in on them. Mm-hmm. With meeting zones, as you see here, if you look on the screen, the three of us are the only three faces that the camera is considering because we're inside that virtual meeting zone. Everybody else it's ignoring, that's not going to frame them from the camera intelligence. It's not going to count them as being inside this space. So all of that information then is completely accurate, and the experience is better for it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So another feature that I wanted to show you about is our Crossview feature. So, if I'm on a meeting right now and I'm talking to you, Richard, all that people can see at the view there is at the side of our face. So how are we going to resolve that? Well, we've got two cameras mounted on each side, and we're able to actually have a cross view of our conversation here. So if I set that to myself,
yep,
you'll see me,
mm-hmm,
right? And then if you start talking, we'll actually start seeing you.
And that's coming from those cross cameras and not from the main camera.
Correct. And that gives everyone at the end, so in the meeting, they can actually see all of our facial expressions. They can be part of the meeting.
Yep. It's fantastic. Yep.
So that's a large meeting space. I think, between that and across the whole portfolio, being able to deliver any size space, deliver the flexibility across all of the floors, all of that employee experience across the building is covered for, all delivered from Cisco.
That's amazing. We've done the complete journey, I think, from a collaboration device point of view and the experiences that we can generate for working collaboratively together in this new environment. So let's go and examine perhaps what's happening in the smart building space, because I think that's the last piece of this puzzle.
Sure.
Is all about what else we can do from a smart building point of view. So let's go find the smart building space. Okay, here we are in the smart building space. So Chris, so far we've been around lots of different sites. We've seen the remote access place and looked at what we can do remotely. Yep. And then we've seen so many innovations around the office as well. Now, it's my understanding that not only can we deliver on that experience in the office, but we can also do things in the network as well to really enhance and make a building truly smart and sustainable.
If you think about how all of this comes together with smart building solutions from Cisco, being able to take everything you saw there with employee experiences across buildings, better frictionless experience across spaces so that we can understand occupancy of the building and be able to use that information to make better experiences. Think about then how that gets powered by the network and the smart building capabilities from Cisco coming together to actually, first of all, with the network powering, so securely connecting all of the elements that you need in your building. So whether that be different services, even including things like lift services and all of the building services, being securely connected and run on a network brings more efficiency. Secondly, what we're doing really heavily is focusing on how we can drive more and more elements onto the computer network, and even to that matter, powering it with power over Ethernet. So looking at the ways that we can, for example, if we look at what we're doing within the IT environment and across surveillance with the Meraki and Catalyst wireless access points being able to be powered by the network, but also then give lots of insights into what's happening across the building. Secondly, from a physical surveillance sense, being able to use our Meraki surveillance cameras to be able to provide great security physically for a building, but also drive additional use cases like measure footfall in particular spaces, be able to provide that information to the building. And then, of course, what we're doing with driving and powering devices in the building using the network. So using power over Ethernet to drive low voltage capabilities like lighting, integration into heating, ventilation and cooling systems, and even blind controllers and things like that to be able to make that building more intelligent, right? Use the information connected to the network to be able to control and manage and drive that across the experience. And then be able to centralize that so you can understand all of that information and use it to make your buildings more efficient.
Wow, there was a lot to unpack there. I didn't realize there was so much that we could do inside a building to make it smart and much more intelligent. So is there anything else, or have we covered it all now?
There's still more because, think about what's next. You need to be able to measure and understand what's happening from a energy level in your building, right? So if you think about what the platform is doing is all of those things now connected means we can measure what we're powering. So the energy utilization view of being able to understand how power is being used across the building, even with the Meraki things, being able to power devices around the building and then manage all of that or report on that centrally as well. And of course, don't forget the Meraki Think sensors across the building, being able to measure things like carbon dioxide levels and report that across the building with an overall health and wellness aspect.
That is absolutely amazing. So I have to thank you, Chris, thank you, Michael, for taking us on this grand tour of what's happening in the hybrid work and smart building space as well. And with that, we come to the end of the Powering Hybrid Work session. Next up, when we return, we'll go and find out what's happening with the Cisco crisis team and what they do to help with emergencies around the world in setting up and restoring services in times of disaster.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2. Now, we just saw some great updates from the World of Solutions there with Richard, Chris, and Michael around our hybrid work solutions and how they can better work, in your workplace and in your home environment there. I especially loved some of those demos. Those demos were fantastic on some of our Cisco desk family solutions and the whole smart workspaces transformation of all that area. So hybrid work, something that's definitely here to stay. So just touch on a little bit of housekeeping. Don't forget you can watch us at ciscolive.com/apjc on demand as well from December 20th. And when you are watching live, you can watch in 7 different languages we'll be translating across. We also have join in on the social media channels, all social media channels, #Cisco Live APJC, as well as any Cisco Quick Bites for 60-second snippets of Cisco engineers providing talks for our engineers in 60 seconds on how to best use our technologies. Don't forget to please stick around for the rest of the day. There is so much more jam-packed in today. We have a heap more iTalks, lots of one-on-one interviews. We have G2 doing a one-on-one interview later today, so that surely is not to be missed. Especially, I think, some of the iTalks that I know that are coming up as well, and crossing back to the World of Solutions as well. We're going to hear from the crisis response team. Now, this is something that is a little bit different to your ordinary sort of technology solutions. However, it really demonstrates the power of Cisco and what we actually do as a whole organisation. But up next, we have we're going to cross over to another iTalk very soon, which will be with Larissa Horton. Now, she's going to be talking about the innovations of AI in our whole customer experience portfolio. So I think without further ado, we should cross over and hear from Larissa Horton right now. Over to the iTalk.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to join me. I heard a lot of fun dinners last night and a lot of fun team building activities, so I know getting here is not easy all the time. I'm excited to talk to you guys today about all of the benefits that we are bringing with our customer experience and AI, bringing those together in WebEx. So this is the conversation I've been hearing quite a bit with all the customers I talk to. We need to do what our customers are asking for. Customers are demanding a faster, better experience, the way they want to talk to us. Then I have CX leaders telling me, yeah, let's go transform, let's go do this. And then stuck in the middle of that is IT, who's being told, I want this, but by the way, don't let that, the thing that we're doing today, fall apart. And that really leads to this IT dilemma of how do I keep running everything while transforming, maybe even without that big of a budget. It's frequently compared to changing the engine of a plane while the plane is in flight. And it's a very difficult task, especially when we talk about planning for not disrupting the business in any way, but really leaning into actually transforming so that you can build a better customer experience, build a better brand, since we know that this is now impacting business and growth for your entire organization. So at WebEx, we've been looking at this problem end to end, and we've built this brand new WebEx contact center to really take into account all of the new ways that customers want to engage. Everything from proactive notifications, so you can let your customers know what's happening, that you're on top of things. Everything from, I know there's a delay in the shipping, don't worry, we're on top of it, here's when it'll arrive. Or, you have a service coming tomorrow, please make sure you're at home at this time when we're going to be available, so you can plan your day better instead of waiting around all day for that one thing. Not only that, we know customers are looking to solve their own problems. They want to self-serve. So all the tools that they need to be able to get the answers they want, when they want it, when it's convenient to them, is also available on the platform. And last but not least, there are still many challenges where you need to speak to a human being. You need to be able to explain your challenges. It's not something you want to do over chat with the virtual agent. And of course, you want to be able to engage with that person directly. And if that's the agent experience that we all know and love in traditional contact centers. We've taken all of these things, reimagined them, made them available across 16 digital channels, and built it on top of the same WebEx platform that powers our calling, our meetings, our messaging. All of the AI that G2 was talking about is all on a common platform. All of the ease of managing our calling platform, our meetings platform, real-time analytics, again, all on this platform. I wanted to start with, well, what have we actually done? What have we reimagined? Well, first off is this agent experience. When we looked at what does an agent do every single day, how are they measured? What value do they drive? A lot of metrics are just looking at number of calls and how long those calls are. And by the way, they're not even aware necessarily how they're doing throughout the day. And so we've taken a look at all the tasks and how do we reimagine this and also be ready to include future innovations into this experience. Whether it's generative AI, whether it's more data-driven decision-making, we now bring it all together in the new agent desktop. We didn't stop there. We also reimagined the supervisor desktop. When we looked at what does a supervisor do? Well, one, they help everyone on their team, all the agents whenever they're stuck. But not only that, it's their job to keep the service level up. It is their job to make sure that for the number of people that they have, they're able to get to the number of customers that are calling in. They're able to manage the queues so that people aren't waiting on hold for 2 hours. It is their job to make sure the entirety of the operation is working. How do you best do that? A lot of the actions we see today are very backwards looking. I looked at what happened this week or this month, and then I make adjustments to the next month. It's just too slow. We need them to be able to react in real time with data at their fingertips every single day. When we bring all of these pieces together, we have a connected journey, and we're able to learn about how your customers want to engage, whether it's through proactive notifications, where you're beating them to coming to you, whether it's through self-service, how they engage or escalate maybe to a human agent, how they give you a rating at the very end. How was their experience? Was it good enough? And last but not least, being able to target promotions to them so that you can really improve that customer lifetime value, which is really, when I talk to the C-suite, what they're looking for. How do I improve the quality of my service? How do I lengthen my relationship with them? How do I sell them more or make them happier so that they keep coming back for more? So here is an example of the virtual agent experience. On the right, what you're seeing is the end user experience. This particular user is asking to book a service. First off, we're going to start with, we need to verify that you are who you say you are. What you're seeing on the left here is the flow that you can build within our flow builder. And you can see that it's passing data throughout this experience, collecting the user's information. First off, we're going to go through the security flow. Once we verify that you are who you say you are, I can take your information, look it up in Salesforce, fully connected into Salesforce, and see, what have you purchased? What product was it? And by the way, now that we know what product it was this doorbell. What do people who buy this product typically buy next as a service? And now I can start to show you what services are coming up. Great, I want the doorbell set up. Now that I've selected the service, what do we typically do next? Well, when are you going to actually get this service done? Let me bring in the scheduling directly into this experience as well. And so what you're going to see is an integrated calendar experience, integrated scheduling, a little bit of the natural language understanding there, day after tomorrow, and now we've brought you to the right place in the calendar. I've scheduled my service. And last but not least, we want to make that service as easy as possible. Ideally, they don't even have to deal with the payment of that service. So what you're going to see here is an integrated payment situation as well. In this particular case, you're going to see Apple Pay directly in the chat. And so as the user is going in, doing their Apple Pay, they've found the right service, they're able to schedule it for what's convenient for them, and they're able to go and make that payment. Pretty easy. Never had to wait, never had to talk to a human. When I look at how is this being done today, sometimes it's up to 3 agents. The first agent to pick up the phone, figure out what do you want, who are you, let me verify you. Oh, you want a service? Okay, I have to redirect you to another person, the services department. You get to the services department, they sell you a service, figure out what you need. Oh, scheduling? I don't actually have access to that tool as an agent. I wasn't trained on that. Let me send you to another department. Now, scheduling happens with another agent. And last but not least, credit card. We know not every agent is trained on credit card information. This is highly sensitive. We don't want everyone to have access to that information, so I'm going to transfer you one last time to then go and pay. In this case, you saw 0 agents that were used, human agents, sorry. The virtual agent was able to replace that entire experience. And better yet, there are a lot of users that are actually preferring this type of engagement. They don't want to call in. They don't want to be on hold. They want it to be efficient. They want it to work. If those things don't happen, then yes, they're not going to use it. But you can clearly deliver this type of virtual experience to add value to your customers and meet your customers where they want to engage. So I want to walk you through what happens next. Like I said, you still have to go to human agents. This is our brand new agent desktop experience. Looks a little different from maybe what you've seen from us on-prem. We're going to start off looking at this left area here, and this is showing that agent. Here are all of the customers that you've contacted. Here's all the people they've engaged with. For each one of them, whether it's through email, chat, or voice, we actually are aware of all the different contacts, omni-channel solution, and we're able to understand all the different types of people. You can queue that up for one agent across different types of communication. Next, right front and center, how is your team doing and how are you doing? In terms of handle time, in terms of your engagement, the number of people that you've engaged with. What could you be doing better? You may be falling behind the average. We know that the overall retention of agents is actually very low. 40% are changing over year. You should know as an agent how you're doing and what you need to do to improve. And now we actually show that to you right there. Now we're going to look at what actually happens when a customer comes in. Well, I'm able to see those customers come in. Here you saw the green button. A new customer has been routed to me, and I go and accept that as an agent. The moment I start to engage right in my desktop experience, I'm able to see the entire history of what happened with this customer. Let's start with the session history. So it looks like they started with a virtual agent, and they started a chat, and now they're looking for a discount. Well, as an agent of my level, I'm actually not allowed to approve discounts, but let me go see what else I can find out about this customer. I'm going to look at the contact history. How often is this customer engaging with us? What have they done? Do they pay their bills? What products are they looking at? You're seeing a lot of that transaction history to give that agent better context of how to engage with this person. It's one thing to deal with a new customer, another thing with a repeat customer, maybe almost a VIP. Next, you see customer journey data. This is everything we know about that customer. We've created a profile about what they do, what they buy, what their experience is like. So not just an interaction history, but a little more detail. So it looks like there was an order that was done, it was completed, we were able to ship it successfully. Now I can understand what's the tenor of this customer, how should I go and engage with them? Okay. Again, I said I'm not actually able to get a discount, so I need to go and ask for help, either my supervisor or someone in the back office. What you're seeing here is our integration of our UCaaS solution into our agent desktop. So I'm able to, in the same tool set, reach out to the back office, go to the discount approval space, and ask for, can I get a discount for this customer? Here's the details. And once you actually provide that, you don't have to waste time. You don't have to put the customer on hold. You're able to actually get the answer very quickly, streamlining the entire experience end-to-end across your EX and your CX experience, your employee experience and your customer experience. Also minimizing the need to train across multiple applications and manage across multiple applications. All right. Got a response back out there. Thank you very much. All good. And we'll end that session. So as you can see, we've really taken a step back as we started to build this and made sure that we're incorporating new ways of working. Next is, how do we think about AI in the customer experience space? You heard a little bit from G2. We've done quite a bit of work across this area. Specifically, we know everyone is talking about LLMs. This is something that I hear in every conversation that I have is AI. But we realize a lot of these conversations aren't necessarily chat-based. And by the way, if you just take a phone call and transcribe it, it doesn't take into account all of the noise in the environment. So your transcriptions aren't always great, aren't always useful to feed into a language model. So this is why we introduced our RMMs, our real-time media models, which is really focusing on our key strengths. When we've been doing media and voice for so long, that's actually our bread and butter. But we know we need to take into account the LLMs, RMMs. How do we bring that together? If you guys were here for the last session, Anurag talked about our codec, our new AI codec. And this is probably one of the most exciting things for me. Very often, contact center agents are either working inside a large room with a lot of people, with a lot of noise. We've all probably been on a customer call where I can hear the other agent and what they're talking about. Or they're working remotely, and the quality is not so good because the connectivity is not great. You have bursty packet loss, which is leading to a poor experience. We've solved for both of those experiences. With our background noise removal, you will not hear any of the other agents. With our new AI codec, even with bursty packet loss, over 85% packet loss in that, we'll be able to give you crystal clear audio. This is really going to change how people are going to work, where they can work from, and the quality of service that you can deliver to them. Super excited about that. So let's take a look at how does all this come together. Well, as I mentioned, we built this all on a common platform. So we took the background noise removal, and we've now taken that from meetings, from calling, we've added into our contact center. We took our real-time transcription, which we use for captioning meetings and conversations. We've added that into the contact center. And we've took all of these models that we're using to understand what's going on across domains, across different experiences. And we've layered that and compounded all of that value onto a common platform. This is the power of what's in the WebEx contact center on the WebEx platform. We can now solve for the noisy conversation happening on the road after an accident, in the airport when you've missed a flight, and you can't control all of the noise around you. And you'll have clear conversations across the board in those situations. Not only that, once we can hear everything about you, we can hear your situations, we start to log that, collect that, and we create this 360 view of you, the customer. We have more context because we can integrate into your back-end systems, like the scheduling system, like the purchasing system. We understand who you are, what you buy, and how we should engage with you. We take that and we provide it in real time to the agents. So you're able to see all of this information at your fingertips with every customer that you pick up from the queue, whether it's on chat, voice, email. All of that is going to help you as an agent make better decisions and how to engage with that customer. Mentioned the AI assistant, or the WebEx AI assistant, in the keynote yesterday, G2 did. And I just wanted to talk through a couple of these that we have coming very soon, some actually this year in beta, others early next year. First off, we have the ability to summarize phone calls. One of the most frustrating experiences is I get handed off from one agent to the next, and here I am retelling my story all over again to the next stranger, the next agent, and I'm doing this over and over and over again every time I hand it off. Now you'll get a complete summary from the first agent to the next so that that agent can pick up where the other person left off. Not only that, we see that many agents spend a lot of time looking up an answer, curating a response. With our suggested response, we are actually learning from all the conversations that happen in your contact center, and we are automatically generating a response for you, the agent, to then send back to the customer. That's all contextually aware of what happens in your contact centers, the answers agents are giving to others. And you can then go and modify it, personalize it, and speed up that response time. Last but not least is the ability to help with summarizing the wrap-up. The wrap-up is about 3 to 5 minutes on average per agent per call. And now we're going to do this all with generative AI. We're going to take the call summary, we're going to take the wrap-up codes, we're going to generate all that for you, and you can quickly click through, get on to the next customer. This also helps with burnout. We hear a lot about, I spend so much time, one after the other, I'm expected to do this many calls, and now we're helping them become more efficient and really focus on that customer call. One of my favorite innovations we're bringing to market next year is coaching highlights. Here, what we have is, as I mentioned, bringing to the fingertips of the supervisor what's going on. We're going to highlight for you what are the top calls happening right now, today, in your contact center, and what are the bottom calls, the worst calls happening, and why is that the case. From there, you can click in and actually look at top calls, bottom calls. Let me go and find out what's actually going on. In the positive case, I'm going to take all the calls that were rated highly, I'm going to show them to you, I'm going to tell you which agents delivered them, and exactly what happened in that call that led to a positive call. Maybe they were very empathetic. You can look at their sentiment. Maybe they did it very quickly. We can now learn from those agents and make sure that we're training all the other agents to take on these types of behavior so that they can also deliver better service. Then we have the bad situations. So what happens when things go wrong? Well, turns out this particular person was put on hold multiple times in a very short amount of time. Not only that, the agent was being a little defensive. We can actually go look at the specific words that were used. We can go and look at the couple of seconds where maybe this agent was not acting on behalf of your company the way you expected them to, the way you trained them to. And you can use very pointed feedback to coach them in real time. It's very hard to say, hey, 2 weeks ago, you didn't have really good call numbers. I don't really know why, but you need to do better. How does that help me? Well, what am I supposed to do with that? This is a very targeted example. This is what you did. Here's what I need you not to do anymore. And by the way, everyone else, we need to all not do this, right? Very targeted. So a different way of thinking about quality and management. With that, I think we're actually going to jump to a video of a customer who's actually implemented all of this and wanted to share with you guys that story. I have the video ready to go.
Covermore, part of Zurich Insurance Group, is a global travel insurance company. Pre-pandemic, they insured the travel dreams of over 15 million travellers.
Yeah, so I actually became the group CEO in April of 2020. So basically as soon as the pandemic hit. And, immediately my priority was to get all the travellers that were travelling all around the world to get them home. And then we immediately pivoted to the future. What do we need to do to basically come back stronger in travel? And that really started with the customer.
Covermore launched WebEx Contact Centre across their entire global customer service network in a single day.
WebEx has really helped us think outside the box. Our customers won't necessarily want to just call us. They may want to email us. They might want to use SMS. They might want to use chat. They might want to use Facebook. WebEx gives us that ability to have that discussion with the business on how we're going to better service our customers. It's very intuitive. It's much easier to use. We can now report on everything that we need to globally. We never had metrics beforehand. It's giving us a different ability to look at the data in terms of where the customers are coming from and essentially how we're going to better service them. Removing all the old stuff and moving to WebEx, we actually saved over 30% in our operating costs year on year. As a business, we're going to get phenomenally busy. And I'm really excited to see what WebEx can do in terms of creating better customer service experiences going forward.
A couple key things I wanted to call out. They deployed in a day. They saved 30% year over year. Improve the customer experience. These are things that typically don't happen in the same sentence. When I save money, typically goes worse, not better. When I do a transformation, typically it takes really, really long to get there. And yet, those are the areas we've really focused on. We have a history in contact center. As you guys know, we have a Prem product. But we've learned from that as we've rebuilt our brand new contact center. We've been serving 3.6 million agents across our solutions. And we listen to our customers around what do they need as part of this journey. We've looked across 36,000 organizations and understand what does transformation look like for you. And what we hear from them is we need flexibility. It is not easy to take something that is critical to your business and disrupt it. We need flexibility of getting there. Help us understand, how do we do this? One contact center at a time, one site at a time. We need it to be reliable. We know how to run a contact center. We've been doing this for a while. If you're telling me to go to the cloud and to trust you, it needs to be reliable. And we need continuity of business, because I cannot disrupt my business. It cannot get worse because I'm transforming. This is the changing of the engine while you are in flight. We cover 87 countries and 6 data centers, 1 here in Australia. So we're working very closely with many Australian customers. We have partnered with partners here in Australia. We're excited to announce our partnership with Telstra. We've looked at how we can help transform customer experiences with the largest provider, how we can bring all of this value, especially with the CPaaS, that first layer of really bringing digitization into the company. And by the way, you can bring that into your organization even if your contact center is still on-prem. This is some of the hybrid capabilities, the ability to take steps and flexibility as you move. We're really thinking and looking at how do we drive this value in the way that you guys need. Journey to the cloud is hard. Every customer I talk to has this conversation. But as I mentioned, we've been really looking at what do you need? How do you add value today, right now, as fast as possible, without necessarily incurring the cost of moving everything and transforming everything, because it is connected to a lot of systems. The average contact center has 40 applications that it is integrated into. And we know not all of those can be replaced. So we're going to make it easy to bring digital channels, no matter where you are. Make it easy to create those flows, so you're not going to need an army of developers. We're going to make it easy for you to understand what's happening in chat versus email versus voice. What does my mix look like? How is that changing as my customer base is changing? And then bring new value with a new agent and supervisor experiences. One of the things we also learned is great customer experience is actually everybody's responsibility, not just the contact center. Very often, the most frustrating cases is when the agent can't solve the problem and they actually need help. They need to go to the back office. So when we took a look at that, we said, okay, what do we have available? Well, in the green here, we announced that in our UCaaS seats, in your calling seat that you may purchase, you are now going to get a free call center. People can log into queues. They can go jump into help. They'll have real-time queue analytics, historical analytics. So for the ones that maybe need a more simplified situation, you can get away with just using a calling seat. You don't even need a full contact center seat. We also have standard and premium, full agent, supervisor desktops, integrations to WFO, all of the things that you need with regards to the different channels you may have today that can integrate in. But what we're excited to announce, and we had announced this at WebEx One, is our brand new WebEx Customer Experience Essentials. And this really brings the best of what we have in our calling solution with our contact solution together. What does this do? Well, first off, when you now take a call from the contact center and hand it off into the back office, you will be able to take all of the context from the contact center and give that to the back office person. So you can actually route the calls from the contact center into someone else, some other employee in your company. Next, you can start to better understand what are the situations that are causing this to happen. What are the topics that lead to maybe poor training that happened in the agent experiences? What are workflows or approval processes that require this back office approval? You become very data-driven around how you run your contact center, how you become more efficient, and which workflows you have to change. All of this available for $30 USD. When we looked at how many workflows were actually utilizing this front office to back office and how complex they were. Part of the complexity is what tools are you on, what phone system are you on, and by the way, they had no data around how many times this was happening because they were isolated tools and experiences. They weren't people in the contact center that helped them, it was people outside of the contact center. The understanding of how's your business operating, how many customers needed this, a lot of that was lost. So this really drastically improves that overall end-to-end experience. We can meet you guys wherever you are in that journey of transformation and improving of customer experience. We've been working with real customers across industries, from healthcare to public sector to retail, to understand how is that world changing because of the customer demand. And by the way, while we're doing this, we are taking AI We're looking at every persona. What does an agent need? What does a supervisor need? What does the business need? What are you guys measuring to make sure that you're getting better and delivering more to your customers? And we've armed you with that information at your fingertips and all of the brand new experiences that we've built. So with that, thank you all for coming today. We're really excited to help you on this journey and look forward to hearing feedback from you guys, especially after you go to World of Solutions and take a look at some of these demos. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. How about that? That was some of those innovations around AI are just so cool. I mean, the AI assistants, the phone call summary feature. I'm sure I could definitely use that as well. So very, very cool stuff there. Just want to remind you that you can check out. You can jump on board the conversation. Hashtag Cisco Live APJC on all the sort of social channels there. And catch up with what's happening in the event and leave your comments. What do you think of AI and all these innovations that are coming up? But with that, I do want to throw over, we have a very special guest with us coming up now for an interview. I'm going to pass over to Em, who's got Tim Seghetti with her. Tim Lee is coming from our Outshift team, responsible for emerging technology and innovations. So Em, are you there? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dave. I am beyond excited to have Tim sitting next to me. Tim is the Director of Technical Marketing at Outshift, and he's an incredibly accomplished person. So not only is he an inventor of 37 different patents, he's an author with 4 Cisco Press books. He's also an elite speaker in our Hall of Fame, which is the top 1% at Cisco, and he's an industry influencer. So, Tim, I'm so happy that you're here. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Emerald. It's so wonderful to be here. Thanks for this opportunity.
That's great. And I believe you've actually flown in from Vancouver into Melbourne. So how are you finding Cisco Live here?
I love Cisco Live. It's my favorite one of the year. And so every time we're anxious and excited to get the invite to come here. It's absolutely a beautiful place. People are friendly. They're very technologically advanced and ready to take on risks of new technologies and to really deploy them. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. I think that's what Dave West said as well.
Oh, yeah?
Like, APJC is a region of innovation.
Yes.
So this must be your absolute hub. So
absolutely.
I'm sure you're excited to talk to a lot of our customers.
Here.
Yeah, no, brilliant. So before we get into it, we should probably have a bit of a chat about Outshift. So if you could explain, what is Outshift and what do you do in your role?
Very, very happy to. So Outshift is the new name for what was Cisco Emerging Technologies in Incubation. Apparently that's a mouthful, and so the marketing folks says, hey, let's get something a little snappier. But the role of the group is research, development, and incubation. So not just research and development for the sake of coming up with new ideas just to make science projects, but really to incubate something to bring to market to actually solve tough customer business problems with new and innovative uses of technology. So it's like having a startup inside of Cisco. It's a very exciting environment.
Oh, it must be so dynamic in that team as well. So how many people do you have working within the Outshift team?
A few hundred, a couple hundred people in Outshift, yes.
Okay, that's a lot of innovation that you're pulling there. So what big innovation should we be expecting from your team next? I'm very curious.
Next, well, currently we've recently been bringing to market Panoptica, our Cisco Cloud Application Security System, that solution that allows you to have a complete view of your cloud-native applications. This is how modern applications have evolved into this type of architecture. It's an architecture based on loosely coupled microservices, but that makes it very difficult to secure because there's no really defined perimeter. Everything is distributed, diffuse, and dynamically changing. You never know where a service is or a connection is. How do you protect against that, as well as protect it from the inside out, from software that is being used from open source sources that may have vulnerabilities? The APIs that communicate between them, they could have logic that can be exploited and broken, privileges, misconfigurations. There's a whole ton of things that can go wrong. And when they do go wrong, it's very expensive. The average cost of a data breach is like $4.5 million now. In some verticals, it's closer, like in healthcare, it's 11 million. So you really can't afford to have that happen, but you need to know how what are all the ways an attacker can get from A to B, from the outside to my crown jewel asset, and to be able to map out those attack paths and comprehensively protect yourself from them is what we've provided a solution for with Panoptica. It's a complete cloud-native application security solution. That's one exciting innovation. We're on the verge of sharing some new innovation in Gen AI. I can't talk too much about that because that's going to be released in a couple of months at Cisco Live EMEA. But we also were sharing our exciting research in quantum networking. So this is a whole different way of looking at communications and networking that's going to fundamentally change and evolve our entire base industry here at Cisco, as well as then in this whole vertical space. So very exciting innovations.
Yeah, those are some really great innovations, and I think in regards to Panoptica,
yes.
I've been lucky. So some of my customers have been chosen to kind of, I guess, test drive the platform
Absolutely.
in that way. So.
And we have a free tier version. People can get their hands on and start using it for absolutely free, no time limit, no feature limit. It's just a small scalability limit, say like 15 nodes, single cluster, and start using it. Panoptica.app is the website to go to.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, we should repeat that. Is it Panoptica.app?
Panoptica.app. It's that simple.
Brilliant. I'd love to know a little bit more about your process, especially around that innovation piece. We hear a lot about innovation, but we don't actually hear about how it starts or how you move through that process. So.
Sure. No, and it's a venture-based approach to innovation. Rather than just looking at technology first, traditional approaches to innovation have been technology-centric sometimes, where they say, hey, what do you think the next big technology is? Oh, Gen AI, quantum, blockchain, whatever it may be, and then go do some research and come back and show me what you got. That's a very academic approach. There might be some very interesting questions to answer, but is it really going to drive value for our customers? Is it really going to solve big problems, business problems, social problems, et cetera? Not necessarily when you take that approach. You don't start with the technology. That's like putting the cart before the horse, right? You don't pick up a tool and say, what could I build with this tool? You say, what is it that I want to build? And then I'll choose the best tool to build it. Or what is the problem I need to solve? Then I choose the right tool, the technology, to help me solve it. So that's why we want to start with that venture-based approach to say, what are the big business problems that our customers are faced with? What's keeping them up at night? That's one way to put it. But a preferred way that I like is what kind of problems, if the customer solves, will lead to somebody getting promoted, or what kind of problems, if they don't solve, will lead to somebody losing their jobs. That's a really big business problem. So we were talking about data breaches, for example. We've seen some data breaches in the news. I'll give one example. Pegasus Airlines last year had a massive data breach where they lost all the data that you needed to operate not just an aircraft, but their entire airline. 1.6 million files of PII, every employee's photo, every employee's signature and details, all lost because of an insecure cloud configuration. Those are the kind of problems you want to be able to provide solutions for. And that's not, I'm not picking on them as a company, but that kind of scenario is very common. 72% of organizations have the exact same vector that they had. And so we want to help these businesses protect themselves from these kind of problems. And that's why we bring these solutions to market. Start with the problem and then the technology.
That makes sense. And then I guess these problems are pretty much universal. It doesn't matter what industry you're in or how big your organization is or who your customers are, I guess, especially around that cybersecurity piece.
Yeah.
It's the same issue. You've got data, you need to protect that. So.
Everybody has data, everybody has apps. This is the modern architecture for developing apps rapidly, the microservice-based architecture, also known as cloud-native architecture. We see 85% of organizations across all industries adopting this approach by 2025, according to Gartner. So it's crossing all these industry verticals. It's crossing all geographic regions. It's very common sets of problems that we're all seeing and facing, and we need solutions for fast.
So in this process and looking at that venture-based approach, what's the most challenging part for your teams, and how do they get through that?
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up, that sometimes the most challenging part isn't necessarily the technical part of solving the problem, but rather than to say, okay, now that we have the technology, to share it, advocate it, get people to try it, as well as then to hand it off to, to make sure that it grows. Getting a technology and getting traction from, say, 0 to 100 customers is a very different muscle than taking from 100 customers to, say, 10,000. And that's where we typically excel at. We have very large scale, and we have those skill sets to really drive scale and global distribution. But this entrepreneurial and steep inflection curve at the start of that curve is a real challenging, even culturally challenging. It's a cultural challenge because you have to realize a few things. First of all, not everything you're going to try is going to succeed. You don't hit a home run every time you come to bat, and you have to be of that mindset and emotional flexibility to say, you know what, we've been sprinting down this street, but now we realize this is a dead end. We need to turn around and now start running quickly in a different direction. When you've invested so much of yourself, the blood, sweat, and tears, and then it's your baby, and you're like, no, we have to leave that, and there's reasons to go in a different direction. To have that flexibility is a very significant cultural challenge and part of the process.
Actually, talking about culture, and then also you mentioned previously that your team is going on like a startup motion. What do you actually do to keep that motivation high and keep the creativity flowing?
The people that are attracted to this type of challenge are always looking to learn new technologies and to grow in their technical skill sets. So, that opportunity to say, you know what, we're not going to be now focusing on technology X, but technology Y, though, is very, it has some real, there's a business problem that this technology is going to address, and then there's that motivation, okay, well, I'd like to learn that as well, and what does that present, and how could I use that in a new, innovative, and creative way that's nobody's done before to solve these problems? And so that is very rewarding and fulfilling, and so that's what keeps the team sustained even when you have to change direction.
Yeah, actually, I think that goes to a level of curiosity because creativity is sometimes a really hard thing to always put into a large organization.
Yes.
And you yourself are an inventor.
Yes.
Well, with 37 patents, that's very, very minimal to say that you're an inventor. You're brilliant at it.
There are others there's other people in Cisco that I have the utmost respect for. They have hundreds of patents, and so I'm very pleased and happy to have 37, but I realize that, I'm very short compared to some of the giants I get to work with.
But so out of those 37, there must be one that you're really proud of or that really excites you. Tell us a little bit more about that.
You know what? There is one that's particularly close to my heart. Ever since I've been a little kid, I've loved cars, sports cars, red sports cars.
Yeah.
And so I actually drive, a very fast red sports car with a Formula One paddle shifting. So if you're familiar or not, double clutch paddle shifting means that by just tapping on a lever behind your steering wheel, you can shift faster than any human could, like by moving the gears or a stick shift. And that's because there is actually two clutches in the car. One that's, as soon as you engage one gear, is already synchronizing the next one so that the cutover is virtually instantaneous. And then this is the interesting thing about patents is that you have an idea in one realm and you try and apply it into a completely foreign realm. So I kept thinking about this double clutch mechanism in a car, and I go, could this be used in our Cisco ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits? Because there's certain types of policies that when you configure them result in a brief network outage. And could you then design the same type of principles to have one policy active and running, that's your first gear, the currently gear that you're engaged in, and the other one already getting synchronized and then preset and programmed in all that hardware so that the cutover is instantaneous and lossless. And so that actually made it to patent, and I'm particularly proud of that one.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny because you were describing the clutch and I'm just learning how to drive manual right now.
I'm happy to help. I love teaching driving clutch.
Brilliant,
I
brilliant.
love performance driving.
Yeah, no, I'd love to because I want to try off-roading. So essentially you really do need to know how to drive manual by that point.
Absolutely.
So automatic doesn't really cut it.
Yeah.
So
heel and toe, the whole
exactly.
bit. Absolutely. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but it's great to hear that you're actually, using use cases that are outside of, the traditional technology pieces that you're working on and actually applying that. Because I think that's the beauty of innovation.
Yes.
And yeah.
It allows for really unbounded creativity. And so I'm really grateful for Cisco to provide that kind of framework to say, okay, there are places where you can really apply that kind of out-of-the-box thinking, and it's valued, appreciated, and it leads to something. Intellectual property, new ideas, new products, new solutions to customers. It's a very rewarding outlet for that kind of exercise.
Yeah, and I think it's great. That's why we have the World of Solutions in particular. Yes. And I know working with my customers, because I'm across 12 different industries, it's great when you get a use case that is not necessarily tied to, for example, retail, but it actually is something very similar that, hospitality is experiencing. Yeah. And in the World of Solutions, we have our engineers who are speaking to so many different customers at a time, and you can see them clicking all of those things together, being like, oh, I spoke about this, maybe 2 hours ago, and it actually applies in your use case as well.
And you're hitting on a very important point, is that there's a lot more common challenges across industries that maybe people aren't quite as aware of. They think, oh, it's just what I'm struggling with. No, likely there are many people in your vertical or even across verticals that have the similar concerns and need that similar solution for. So it's very great to see that we have field people that have that ability to connect dots, see the similarities, and then apply solutions that are maybe not known by one set of customers because they're in a completely different industry than another set that happens to be leveraging that extensively.
It's absolutely true. You never stop learning.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is our last question.
Yes.
And this one's more about, what personally drives you, but also probably a good chance for those that are looking to be inventors themselves or actually add more creativity. What drives you as an inventor, and what kind of is your top tip for someone who's trying to implement more creative things into their daily workflow?
Wow, that's a very loaded question. It wasn't one of the questions we had rehearsed, but no, I like that. So what would I offer? So, to be that, be open to the clean sheet, to say, okay, look, just because you're doing things one way, and this is a common accepted way of doing things, be open to think about, I have an idea in a completely different realm, completely different field, and I want to explore that. And having conversations with people who are open to building on ideas rather than cutting off, no, that will never work, and this doesn't happen, and that happens. To work with people that say the yes and. It's like, I like your idea, and then let me kick out another idea on top of it, and actively whiteboard and to have like a very positive, no idea is a bad idea type of conversation, put it all and allow that conversation to take its form, and sometimes it evolves into something really original and creative, but at least be open to having that and work with people who are similarly have that mindset, and Cisco really offers that. So we have a lot of, like I said, exceptional talent. We have frameworks. It's encouraged. And so people that are customers, we get a lot of our ideas from our customers. So, meeting with engineers at the MTEs or a meeting one-on-one, always feel free to share ideas and we can brainstorm together. A lot of really great ideas have come from customers, and then we're happy to help make that into a reality. And it's a very exciting process.
Thank you so much, and that's a really good reason why we need to be always having conversations. Yeah. But thank you so much, Tim. It's been a pleasure talking to you. If you're interested in learning more about innovation at Cisco, or you've been intrigued by what Outshift does, please check out their website. They've got one of their own websites, so cisco.com/APJC is a great way to see all of our resources. Now we're going back to Dave in the studio. Dave, what did you think?
I absolutely loved it. That was incredible to hear, and I mean, how do you think you'd go with the paddle shifting? Seems very very exciting stuff. 37 patents as well. Just remarkable from what Tim took us through. But guys, I encourage you to please stick around. There is so much more to see and hear from today. So many more iTalks to come. I know I've got a couple of exciting interviews to come, and we're going to hear from G2 as well in the studio. So stick around, please. Fill up your cup of tea, water, but make sure you stick around for this schedule. Crossing back to World of Solutions throughout the day as well. Plenty more for you to see. But right now, we are going to go over to another iTalk. We have Jackie G, Jesse Reed, and Pavali, and they're going to take us through all the Cisco future of lifecycle innovation. So over to the iTalk now.
Hello, everyone. Hello, can you hear me okay? Excellent. Welcome to Jump into the Future with Lifecycle Innovation. For those who are joining me on stage shortly, get ready. Get ready, Pallavi, who's joining me up on stage, CX Centers. Where's Jesse? Jesse, Lifecycle Services and Automation. And we've got our esteemed guest, Ramona from Rio Tinto, who's going to join us. The only reason I say get ready is because whilst we have a good number of people in the room, I just want to let you know we have 4,000 people watching online. Right now, live, no pressure, no pressure. So jumping into the future, so let me just share a little bit about what it means to me. I jumped into IT accidentally at the age of 18. Actually, it was just shy of 18, 17. And somewhere along the way, I ended up in IBM Global Services, doing very similar to what I now do in CX, not knowing I would be here in this future. And fast forward like 15 years or so, I ended up in Germany. It was never in my plan to go to Germany. I thought I was going to London, to New York, to go do some tech over there, but I ended up in Germany, speaking English in a country that spoke German, and I was in charge of a few thousand people. But little did I know when I jumped into that future that I would be in the middle of the biggest transformation of my career. And I count that to this day. The biggest transformation of my career was transforming a 3 trillion per day, 3 trillion euros per day payments platform. New network, new data centers, and new outsourcing agreement with IBM. I mean, it was big. The biggest of my career, and to this day, the best of my career. Not that I haven't done incredible things with incredible teams since then, but that transformation, it transformed me. It transformed my life, and it transformed my future, because I ended up, I don't know how, as I leaped forward and jumped in my future, I ended up in London, and then I ended up in Wall Street running all of technology, payments, and trading floors for Deutsche Bank. I mean, who would have thought that a Uruguayan, Australian, Latina kangaroo would end up in Wall Street, 20-some years later in her life? But, the message I leave you with is that you heard some of the customer heroes yesterday that I talked about in my keynote. Everyone's jumping into some future of their transformation, and I'm a big believer that you cannot transform as well at work if you're not transforming in your personal life. I don't think you can disconnect the two. And by the way, I see a familiar face down here. Hello. Saw you in Singapore. Fabulous. So, look, I'm really excited to share a lot of things with you today with my esteemed colleagues and my good friend Ramona. So let me jump forward into the future of the next 25 minutes. So the reason why there are thousands and thousands of people online right now is because people want to learn. They want to learn about the digital experiences that we are all going through, and a world where technology empowers a more sustainable and inclusive future. You hear Cisco say that a lot. It's one of the reasons I love working for this company, because it's real and we mean it. So in this session, you're going to hear a couple of things. A real experience going on right now that we are helping with to the best ability we can. We're not always perfect, but we have a great partnership with Rio Tinto. You'll hear from me and Ramona in a second. Pallavi's going to talk about why we're modernizing TAC, because TAC is the critical infrastructure that we support you with, the critical infrastructure that props up banks, hospitals, governments, you name it. And TAC and Pallavi's team do an incredible job there. And then you'll hear from Jesse, who's flown over from the US. We work with him very closely on lifecycle services and how we can support your DevOps transformation, because you cannot deploy and get the best value out of technology if you don't transform your operating model. It's critical. Your engineers need a different way of working in the future if they're going to get the value of the technology that we support you with. So we want to share a little bit about that with you as well. So look, before I bring Ramona up, as Cisco's former CIO, I can tell you I was involved in a number of outages. I can tell you that I was involved in a number of cyber attacks, some that hit Cisco, but we managed very well. And I can tell you that you do have sleepless nights. And I'm sure many of you can relate to that. So sleepless nights, anyone in the room? Sleepless nights? I'm surprised there aren't more hands. If you're looking for a job, come to Cisco, sleepless nights. Competing business cases for investment. Anyone? Competing business cases for investment. When people don't know the value of data centers and networks because they only speak business language, which Ramona knows about very well, it's really hard to get the money. Not enough people. Anyone? Not enough people. We have 8,000 U's if you're interested. Driving operational stability while transforming. How do you do that? I mean, it's so hard. I mean, people in this room have some of the toughest jobs, I think, in the world, and no one really knows. So on that note, speaking of the toughest jobs, I'm excited to invite Ramona from Rio up to the stage. She's amazing. She's brilliant. She's driving. And what I love about Ramona is she's not afraid to tell you the truth. So come on up, Ramona. It's very exciting to have you here. So she thrives, I know she does, on collaborative problem solving, on team, on partnerships, deeply passionate about the company's culture, placing people at the center of everything that she does, which I absolutely can relate to. She's at the forefront of Rio Tinto in providing materials to the world that they need to grow and decarbonize. And 600 sites globally, is that what it is now? Yeah, amazing. Thank you for joining us today, Ramona. We're so excited to hear your story. So let's start with, and let me move this scarf out of the way, yep, got it. Let's start with your responsibilities. So tell us a little bit about what you are on a mission to do.
Yep, so I'm a full-time mother and wife. I have two beautiful daughters, 15 and 12. I'm a part-time head of technology platforms for Rio Tinto. I'm part of the senior leadership team reporting to the CIO. I lead a team of 1,300 capable, wonderful people across all of our locations globally. And the role of our team, we touch every single device that connects to the Rio Tinto network. So that spans from a mobile phone to the autonomous haul trucks that operate in our mining pits.
What I love about Ramona, she makes it sound really easy. Apparently not so easy, right? Not so easy. So let's jump to why you embarked on transformation, because transformations are really difficult. I see a lot of leaders that don't face into them because sometimes it's easier to manage the legacy because it's not as risky. But why did you jump into the transformation at Rio? What made you do it?
We have a dream of being a digital Rio Tinto. We're a 150-year-old company. We have a really big dream. And when we agreed to do that and agreed on that vision, the role of technology in building a digital Rio Tinto became so much more critical. And we, in a flash, went from being an IT cost center, which I'm sure a lot of you feel like, to being the cool kids again. We were the constraint to digital transformation and
anyone want to be a cool kid?
And we were the constraint to digital transformation. So we really had to think very carefully about what we needed to do to remove ourselves from the constraints to transformation. And that gave us a really great opportunity to rebrand IT, to really think strategically about what it would take to do that, and to figure out where to get started. And technical debt, I'm sure that's no surprise. I mean, I manage our asset base is worth around $900 million. More than 50 to 60% of that was end of life when I started in this role, and you can't do digital transformation on a foundation like that. So eliminating technical debt was where we started. And then there were the people and partnerships, which was really important for me. How do I support my team to think differently and build capability, move from sort of break-fix reactive to being engineers, being architects, and then the partners, we couldn't do it alone, right? So how do we look at the partnerships that we have and pick the right partners, fewer partners, to help accelerate our journey?
That is a theme, interestingly enough, fewer partners. I think Chrissy from Coles said yesterday when I was talking to her that she's got 2,000 partners and she spends $200 million on infrastructure.
Oh, wow.
No, 200 partners, $200 million.
I'll give you a stat my team gave me. If we're running a critical incident, This was probably 18 months ago. If we're running a critical incident, there's 17 different people on the bridge.
From the different companies?
Yeah, so imagine how that goes.
And is that something that you're on a mission to try and see how you can reduce the complexity?
Yeah, we've already started that and reduced the number of partners we have. And it's critical, right, to actually work as a cohesive team to deliver what you need to.
Yeah, yeah. If there's any partners in the room, it doesn't mean we want you less. It just means we need to divide and conquer. That's how I always say it. All right, let's flip to some of the challenges that you face, because I love some of the insights you shared with me around, your success at certain things and then your challenges on the other side. So can you share a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're not finished, so I'm sure there's more challenges to come. But some of the challenges that are key and hopefully resonates with you on your challenges you'll be facing. So one was around stakeholder management. The branding of IT, even just a conversation around, IT provides more than just my phone and laptop, was an education in itself to the executive committee and the board and the decision makers that needed to support the business case or investment I was seeking. So stakeholder management and education was a really key thing, a challenge we needed to overcome. And then the second challenge was around my team and really helping them, really great and knowledgeable, capable people, is how do we take all of your knowledge and experience and convert that into a language that our stakeholders understand and can resonate with to support the investment or decisions we need to make. And I started to use language like tell our story, how do we explain the felt experience to our customers, which I think in the beginning were a few eye-rolling, but after that I think everyone got comfortable.
Yeah, I think when you say to engineers, let's tell our story and how to feel that experience.
Yeah.
They probably think we're nuts, but actually I think the powerful thing in what you're saying, Ramona, is that it's becoming more and more critical as IT leaders to translate what we do in technology and what engineers do that are critical into business language and things you can communicate to your board, because without that, you will not get the investment.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think for us as a team, I got to learn so much from them, and hopefully they learned through that experience as well. But as a team, we became stronger, right? Because we actually were successful and got the support and the investment, and we're executing on that. So it's a great outcome.
Yeah. So a question I have for you. How many, and I spoke to, who was it yesterday? Might have been Chris as well. How many no's did you get on your business case when you went and asked for the dollars for your 3-year transformation? Because normally you get a year, you don't get 3, you got 3. How many no's did you get before you got the yes?
I got a yes first time.
That's what I call a hero. And this is the part I don't like about this conversation, because I've never got yes the first time, ever in my career. I always get no's, and then I finally get the yes. You got the yes first time. What's your secret?
I will say that there's a few, there's 2 ways you could do it. You could go up multiple times, and the approach that I took, or we took as a team, was I got to know who the stakeholders were who needed to support the decision that I was seeking, and actually help them understand the challenge, but also work to understand what was important for them. What would they be looking for? What were they worried about? What questions would they ask? And we iterated over a 6-month period, and then worked with my team to close any gaps. So when we actually went up for the investment, there were no surprises. They were not seeing it for the first time. They knew what was coming, and we were able to get the support we needed.
Yeah, great. That's why she's clearly become my best friend, because I need some tips. All right, so let's talk about the benefits of our partnership. And you've been very good, Ramona, with us over the years on like what's working, what's not working, and how we can get better together. What's been some of the benefits that you've seen as we've grown?
Cisco's been a key partner for us. We have landed on Cisco as part of our target state architecture, so we're executing that. So that's key in our network transformation. But in addition to that, the tech is not the only thing you need when you're driving a transformation, right? It's the operating model. I talked about the people skill development, creating career pathways for our people through that technical ladder. It's really important. Introducing concepts like product management. You don't want to have projects forever. You want to work in a continuous improvement method.
Agile.
We hopefully don't want to build more technical debt as we clean up as we go. You want to get into a life cycle management mode and improvement mode. So building out our operating model, bringing the expertise to help my team uplift their skills as well has been really great.
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. See, she makes it sound so easy. What's next, Ramona, before we let you go off stage, because I know you've got to get back to it. What is next for you?
So next for us, we've spent a lot of time on the corporate infrastructure and the enterprise service, so building out the backbone. Next for us is really expanding into the operational technology environment where we have similar challenges, but it's where the real value happens. It's where we make money as a business, so really key in expanding in that. And then looking at how we take our monitoring to the next level in our AI ops implementation. So how do we really run IT differently through the AI ops strategy and maturing our operating model?
Yeah, excellent. Give Ramona a big round of applause. Thank you so much. One of our heroes. Thank you. Thanks so much. And let me welcome Pallavi to the stage to talk about modernizing TAC. And by the way, the link here is great example of a transformation with one of our customers. We want to talk about why TAC and modernization is so important to get your critical infrastructure working and humming, so that Jesse can take us through what do we do when we've got that license to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. All right. So I'm here to talk about how we are modernizing TAC to provide the best possible customer experience across all of Cisco's products and solutions. So when we talk about best possible experience, what do our customers expect, especially from TAC? Please solve my problem fast, right? Especially when there are some critical outages, and what they're really expecting is how fast and how efficiently can you solve the problem and make it simple enough for us to work with you as an organization, right? That's the expectation. Now, how do we do that, right? To be able to do that, we use a lot of automation. We use a lot of digitization to accomplish the same. So what do we mean by digitization, right? So when we talk about digitization, so you see in TAC, we support customers across the globe follow the sun model, which means that many times we come across the same issues, sometimes getting repeated. We really utilize that opportunity to digitize known issues, and we create what we call it as digital artifacts, or to keep it simple, our digitized intellectual capital, or IC, right? And then what we do is, since we now have automated a lot of the known issues, so when a problem happens and our customers upload a log file, a configuration, we quickly scan that to see, hey, if this is a known issue, it's great. If it's a known issue and we send an alert, most possibly we have solved that problem as well. So we go quickly look at what is the solution that we gave. Is it very similar? And that's how we are able to now move fast forward and being able to solve the problems very quickly. So with this, what we have done now is we have created over 100,000 such digital artifacts in a catalog, which we use continuously at any given point in time by embedding that into our workflow, the internal workflow that our TAC engineers use to be able to solve the problems faster. In FY23 alone, you will be amazed to know, we had over 160,000 customers reaching out to us across 1.6 million service requests, the cases that they open, right? Out of which 40% of them we managed to solve in the very first day. But we want to continue to improve. We need to do better. So we are using this learning mechanism to put in a continuous learning model by using the connected data across all our customer cases to see how we can move from being reactive to being proactive, and then we want to get to a predictive model. And this is what we are going to be doing. And how do we do this? So the most important thing is to embed a lot of this automation and innovation into our workflow. So we are innovating at a very rapid pace by building automated bots. We are digitizing our intellectual capital. We're building a lot of analytics and insights from what we are seeing as a data, and then building it into a workflow. One of the things that we are consciously trying to do is to help our customers self-serve. Most of the customers don't want to call a attack line and wait forever to reach a agent there, right? So what we want to do is, if you can go to our support console model, which is on our CCO side, and you try to open a case. So we have now an automated workflow that we have done, which we call it as a guided workflow, where it can take you through various steps. It can help you analyze the problem. It can help you find a solution, so you actually can solve a lot of the problems by yourself, again, using a lot of the intellectual capital that we have. We also use a lot of automated bots these days, where we can proactively reach out to you and tell you, hey, we have come across a problem. This may be impacting your networks. And by the way, here is the solution, and this is how you can solve it. To a large extent, we want to help you self-serve, because I know that's the most efficient way of solving problems. However, if you still can't do, you can still reach out to the TAC, and the TAC engineer, when you open a case, they're going to look at all that information, and we use a lot of machine language learning so that we can quickly solve the problems faster. So, what we have also done is now the same automation that we have and the digitization we have started embedding them into various other platforms that our customers use. The first platform is CX platform. I hope all of you have walked through our CX booths and you know what CX platform is. So we have embedded a lot of this automation in our CX platform so that we can proactively help you when there's an issue, when connected to your network, and let you know, and also help you resolve the problem. We have now embedded a lot of this automation into our Cisco products as well. The Cisco Catalyst Center, the Cisco Intersight, both have our embedded automation in it. In fact, if you are using a Cisco Intersight, you will be amazed to know that we can proactively detect a failure. We can predict when a hardware is going to fail, and it can initiate an automated RMA for you. And you could even have a hardware available to you even before the hardware fails. So if you see here, we are really working hard from moving reactive to proactive. You just recently heard Ramona tell something about DevOps. So if you are part of an IT leader, or if you are a service provider, the biggest challenge you have is, how do I build a DevOps environment or a CloudOps environment to manage our networks? You see, most of our customers, if you are running an IT or a service provider, you have hundreds and thousands of devices in your network. And it's a nightmare. When a problem happens, to be able to figure out and pinpoint which device in this network has a failure is always our biggest challenge. And what you really need is tools to be able to help you figure out where the problem is happening. And this is where, again, attack innovation comes in handy. We have developed a tool called as Remote Access Development Toolkit. It's almost like a DevOps platform that you can install in your network, and it can connect to all the devices in your network, and then you can use it two ways. One, you can get any real-time alerts when there are problems happening by using this DevOps platform to use your own IC, your own analytics engine on top of it, and being able to manage failures as they're happening real-time. Another way of doing it is you can do it more reactively, where you could be collecting all your logs, you can be collecting your configurations, and then take it offline and analyze, again, building your own IC and your own analytics and insight. So I'll give you an example. A couple of our service providers today have actually installed this tool in their network. What used to take them several weeks to identify a problem and resolve it is now taking them either days and at times several hours just to actually solve the problem, right? And we have many such examples. I hope many of you have been to our TAC booth, which is there in our World of Solutions. If not, please do visit. We can do a demo for you. We have experts on site to help you explain not just the RADKit tool, but many of the other similar innovative tools that we have developed that you can use as well in your networks to help you with your DevOps and being able to work very efficiently with TAC as well. So I hope you all stop by the TAC booth. And then with that, I'm going to be inviting Jesse Reed, who is our VP of CX Offer Management. And he's going to share you more innovations that we have, especially around the DevOps and SecOps on how we can do it. And he will take you through it. Over to you, Jesse. There you go.
Thank you.
Here's your clicker.
Hello, everyone. Jesse Reed, great to be with you. As Pallavi said, I lead lifecycle services and automation. I have 2 innovations to share with you. The problem is I have half the time to do it. We're running a little bit behind. So the video is going to cut off before I finish. I'm going to build off of what Pallavi shared. RADKit, when we have a capability where we can seamlessly exchange information between us, we can move very, very quickly. So the first innovation that I want to share with you is lifecycle services. We're transitioning from a entitled-based services and deliverables to an outcome orientation, measuring our success as results. What are those outcomes? It's improved productivity, reduced risk, increasing your brand, number of different outcomes. How do we get there? We get there through what you've known from us for a long time and adding 2 things. The first thing is expertise, knowledge of Cisco products, other products in the industry, how they all come together as a system, and also learning your environment and being your trusted agent. The other 2 components are new. For the first time, we've put all of our digital insights and capabilities together in one roof, under one roof for you to integrate into your environment. And then finally, how do you achieve an outcome if you're not measuring results? So we introduce KPIs, we add your KPIs into the environment, and we track our progress. And we move down the path and we learn and we continuously adjust, just like Ramona was sharing. I'm going to share a little bit more about digital insights and what we're doing there. But before I do that, I need to frame it a little bit. I need to meet you where you are. So I'm going to ask a few questions, and they're not trick questions. Who owns building and servicing the network that powers your business? Short answer is you, right? But let's kind of move into that a little bit more. Do you buy a fully formed operational network from a single vendor? No, you have choice. One of the great things about the IT industry is the open standards and how everything is built in order to be able to interconnect. And so we can build upon that, and that gives you choice. And not any one vendor is able to serve all of your needs. So you need to be able to select those components and put them together into a solution. Do you think your buying expectations are going to change in the time to come? You've shared with us that it won't. And the parameters that we just talked about will relatively be the same. You may shift more to as a service, more cloud. You may shift to on-prem. So I think about a model that exists in the industry around the automobile industry. And this is ultimately what we need to emulate. We need to help you be the best network builder, just like the automobile manufacturer is the best automobile manufacturer. We can show up at a dealership and we can get into a car, and within minutes we can drive down the road, safe, confident, and comfortable. That's what you need from your IT, and this is what we need to enable you to do as a network builder. And as you tie all of these components together, it just seamlessly operates, just like a car does as we drive it down the street. A little bit more context that I want to set. I want to explore a little bit further what Ramona was sharing about top challenges. And if we're honest with ourselves, we experience all of these challenges. Do we know the operational state of our environment at any given moment in time? Are we spending too much time executing change and utilizing a lot of resources to be able to do that? As we move down the path of making changes, are we more reactive in our environment and we're seeking to be more proactive, managing compliance, et cetera, right? The list goes on. The great news is that we have a solution. And what we've done in simple form is be able to give you a DevOps capability all together in one. What's evaded us for the longest time is the ability to bring together the software discipline with the network architecture and technology discipline. And we built this capability digitally with all of Cisco's intelligence into it so you can seamlessly execute. You don't need to be a pro coder and you don't need to be an expert in every architecture. And as you snap each of these together, it becomes very powerful. So DevOps toolchain is the first feature. If you have a toolchain, great, we'll use yours. If you don't, we'll bring you one. The next two components are unique to what we're offering in this solution. Infrastructure as code. We know Ansible and Terraform has been around, but what we've done is put all of our knowledge, the interdependencies, all of Cisco's intellectual capital into that data model. In addition, as you now roll out each architecture as code, you want to be able to tie them all together into a seamless solution, and that's what business process and analytics does. All right. We've now lost the people on video, but for you in the room, I want to show you a little bit more about how this works and the power of this technology. So I'm going to show you without services as code and then with services as code. Without services as code, we have an ACI topology here. Nothing unique about it. But when we think about people, process, and state, in the way that we do it today, we assemble a group of people, a team. They go and they collect requirements, they produce a design, they develop configurations, and then they put that in the form of a method or procedure to execute change in the environment. So who are the people that we use in this situation? The people that we're leveraging are the knowledge of the people assigned to the team, not the ecosystem of everybody that's ever implemented this technology. So process, who's tying the process together in the way that we've been doing it for the longest time? The person is. And the state, we don't know the state of the environment. As soon as we start making changes, we're constantly questioning the state. And when you now sort of replicate this across every architecture, this is why we're reactive. But we have a solution, as I mentioned, and that's services as code. Same environment, but the people, process, and state has changed. What we've been able to do is give you the collective benefit of 20,000 plus customer experience experts into every solution that you deploy. The process is managed digitally. It's a pipeline that executes down the path. And the state is all in the data model that we've created. So you never question where you are. Technology is imperfect. We all know that. It's how we react to those imperfections that determines our success. And so when you have this capability, you can digitally integrate into your ITSM. You can bring in 1,200 automation assets that we've curated for you into your pipeline. And you can tie all of your architectures together. I know I'm going pretty quickly, and I hope you're staying with me. This is the last slide. And this is the so what slide. What is the outcome that this is achieving? For us at Cisco, go back 2 years, and we were doing a migration at our data centers over to ACI. It took us 60 hours, all weekend, to execute that change. We went into the next business day with risk. We had incomplete activities. We didn't have the full availability that was required, and we had to schedule emergency maintenance windows to follow up on those tasks. I know you all have been there. With services as code, we were able to execute this in 1 hour. So what is the outcome? Productivity, reduced risk, and protecting your brand. All of these capabilities are available to you today in the World of Solutions. Please come visit us at the Customer Experience in World of Solutions, and we'll showcase this to you live. All right, thank you for your time. I'm going to invite Jackie back up to close us out.
Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for listening, everyone. Jesse's part was critical, and he didn't have enough time. So what we're going to do is we're going to record him, all the slides, and it'll be published online for all of our customers to see because they missed a critical couple of minutes at the end. But thank you, everyone, for listening. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.
All right, well, welcome back. And here we are on the last stop in our World of Solutions tour for this year. And we're at a booth that we've never had, I don't think, at Cisco Live before, which is the Cisco Crisis Team booth. So I'm joined by Matt Runyon. Matt, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
And given that we've never really had this booth here before, perhaps we could start off with a bit of a history of the Cisco Crisis Team, sort of why it came into existence, what you do, and maybe your role in the team as well.
So the team's been around almost 20 years now. We started off for government and military support in the U.S. in 2003, and then in 2005 with Hurricane Katrina in the U.S., we started doing disaster and emergency response. And Cisco realized that we really needed a team that was dedicated to disasters and emergencies, and that's kind of the genesis of the team as it is now. In 2020, the team expanded to include all of our charitable giving within Cisco. So we're now kind of Cisco's overall method of giving back. My role, I'm the leader for mission readiness and deployments, so that's anything with blinking lights, wheels that turn, people going out to all these emergencies, all these incidents, all that is my responsibility. So I've been with the team about 13 years, and I couldn't imagine doing anything else.
Fantastic. Yes. And talking about the map, perhaps you could highlight some of the incidents and missions that you've been on and some of the impact that you've had on the people.
Sure. So just kind of coming top to bottom. So 2011, earthquake and tsunami in Japan. 2013, Hurricane Yolanda in the Philippines. Down here in Australia, we've had a couple of different deployments for bushfires, some things with COVID response. New Zealand was the Christchurch earthquake response, and then the storms Gabrielle last year, and Vanuatu was a cyclone response. They've done a lot in Asia over the last several years.
And typically what sort of support do you provide in these incidents?
Great question. So I like to describe the team. We're kind of like paramedics for communications. So paramedics keep you alive until you can get to the hospital, get to the doctors, to the surgeons. We do the same thing from a communications perspective. So it's just temporary communications for government agencies, first responders, critical infrastructure, and critical NGOs, nonprofits. So getting them the connectivity they need so they can support their operations.
And typically what sort of equipment does that entail?
So typically we're providing wired and wireless networking equipment. We use very often in a disaster some sort of satellite backhaul, maybe other technologies, but it's a great use of Cisco technology in some interesting and challenging environments.
Fantastic. And I know we've got some of that equipment here on the stand. Perhaps we'll move over and have a look at some of that equipment and sort of see how you box it up and send it out into the field.
That would be great, yes.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, Matt, you've found some very interesting-looking boxes here. Perhaps you could describe what's in the boxes and the purpose they pose for us.
Sure, let's talk about some of these kits. So we have a couple of different solutions. So we'll start with the smaller kit here. This is what we call our rapid response kit. And this is designed to provide connectivity for about 5 to 10 people, just very basic wired and wireless networking. It's all based on Meraki security appliances. We have Cisco IP phones running on WebEx calling. And again, this will actually fit in the overhead bin of an aircraft. We can pair it up with either satellite backhaul or mobile network, cellular, really any internet that we can get to. We'll pair it up with this kit, and you have connectivity for your small team. When we have a larger incident or a larger user group that we need to help, that's when we'll go with the bigger kit that we call the mesh response kit. So again, using Meraki security appliances, as well as Meraki access points. We've got 4 of these in here, and we can support up to about 500 users with this kit. So we'll take it in, we'll set it up. Obviously, we've got to have some sort of power to run it, whether it's grid power, solar, generators, you name it. We'll set that up. The access points all connect together, like I said, wireless mesh, so we can expand to an area a couple hundred meters in diameter. Really, our limitation is the backhaul, right? So what are we using? How fast is it? And that determines how many users we can service and what they can do. The nice thing about the Meraki technology is we can make changes very easily in terms of how it's configured, what traffic is allowed, what might be blocked. If we have more bandwidth, we can allow more traffic through the network. If we only have a little bit, we may throttle things back. No streaming movies when you're on a metered satellite connection. We'll throttle that back. But we have dozens of these pre-positioned all over the world, some here in Australia, some in the US, some in Europe. So wherever we need to go, we can push these out very quickly. And if we need more, we can just order the parts and we can build them very quickly on the fly.
Fantastic. And I guess over your 13 years of being in the team, the uplink technology has probably changed a lot in that time. And so
yes.
How has that affected the capabilities that we can deliver on site?
Basically, it means we can either service more users or a small number of users can have more bandwidth. For example, maybe GIS and mapping applications that in the past you might only be able to have one person doing it. Now you can have a larger team, and then they can all be working together on the same data set. In some of the migrant situations that we help out with, we can service hundreds of people, and we can throttle down to just a little bit of bandwidth per person, but they can connect to their families, they can connect with the government agencies that they need to talk to get the information and the support that they need.
Yeah. And then finally, how long do these kits normally stay on site? So how long do we normally keep them?
It can be a while, right? So we've done them for a couple of hours. We've done them for years. Some of the kits have been out there in one form or another for a couple of years on some different incidents. The nice thing is we can manage all this remotely.
So it really does make a huge difference to people's lives during those incidents. That
it does, and it allows us to scale up and support a lot more incidents simultaneously.
All right, fantastic. Well, why don't we move over and look at the big truck? and talk about sort of the life of an incident and how you sort of approach the site. Okay?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
So Cisco has 2 of these trucks. We call it the NERV, the Network Emergency Response Vehicle, and this is the second iteration. So this is the NERV 2.0 platform. And the idea of these vehicles is that they can roll up to an area where connectivity is not available, if it never was, or if it was damaged or destroyed. And within about 15 minutes of stopping the wheels, we can be providing wired and wireless data and voice connectivity from these vehicles.
Fantastic. And so, what, apart from the front of the truck here, what sort of lives on the back of the truck?
Sure. So let's talk a little bit about the power system, and then we'll go inside. So the trucks, while the wheels are still diesel, the back is a hybrid power system. So there's 85 kilowatt hours of batteries in the back. We can run for about 7 to 8 days between the diesel fuel on board that runs the generators that charge the batteries for all the equipment that's inside. So let's take a look inside and see what we have in there. So inside we have a couple of workstations where people can sit and manage and monitor their network. And then we have a full networking stack inside. So Meraki security appliances with firewalls, switching. We have our satellite equipment that connects to the dish on the roof. We have Cisco compute clusters so we can run different workloads to maybe process imaging. We also have radios to talk to public safety. So there's a lot of capabilities in a very small package. It's highly mobile.
And how many people does it sort of take to operate the truck?
We always go with the minimum of 2 people. One person can set it up, but for safety reasons, we always have 2. So you can drive it, set it up on scene, monitor it. We can also monitor the truck remotely, access it, make any changes that we need.
Fantastic. So I'm sure it's a great investment by Cisco, and then the people that we go and serve are very grateful for the service we get from this.
They are, and it also functions as a reference model for our customers. So when we're not going to disasters, we do a lot of interactions with customers that want to build solutions. The kits we saw before, trucks, a lot of interesting questions come up about, hey, how do I communicate in these challenging environments? And the team's got a lot of real-world experience that we can bring to the table.
Yeah, and just on that point about the experience, anything that we've learned along the way in terms of how our equipment sort of needed to adapt and adopt to
so many lessons. Most of them learned the hard way about what works for us, what doesn't, whether it's power and cooling, size, ruggedness of the equipment. Some of it's just, hey, what's the best configuration that we need for this particular use case? And we always kind of make notes after every deployment of what worked well, what we would do differently, and try to make things better with each iteration.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, it's an amazing looking truck, and I'm sure it's a lot of fun to work in as well.
It is.
All right, so maybe let's step back a bit and talk about how you get engaged in the first place. So maybe you can take us through the process of how you as a team get engaged, and then how do you decide to go on site, and then step us through how that all occurs.
Great question. So there's actually a couple of different ways that we can get engaged, either in a crisis or maybe if it's a large planned event. In some cases, we have customers reach out to us directly. We have a 24/7 hotline and an email address that folks can contact us at. We also get engaged through the sales teams. So if a customer maybe doesn't know about us and there's some sort of an incident, the sales teams will reach out and offer our services. Everything that we do is pro bono. I joke it's the only thing you get for free from Cisco. Sometimes it could be intermediaries like partners that get us involved. So there's a lot of different ways that we can get involved in an incident. When that happens, when we get a request, we always start asking questions. Usually the questions are they start off easy and then they get more complicated. Usually it's kind of, who are you? What agency are you with? What problem are you trying to solve from a business perspective? Because we get customers that say, oh, send the truck or send this kit. And we always like to say, hey, tell us what problem you want to solve, and then we can figure out what's the right solution to bring. After that, we need to know, where are you? Where do you need help? Right? And maybe the person asking for help is not in the location that help is needed, because very often communications are not available in that location. So they'll find out where we need to go, and then internally we'll start figuring out, okay, what does our response plan look like to this particular incident? So are we sending volunteers? Are we sending some of the full-time staff? Are we sending kits like we saw before? Do we send vehicles? Maybe they need help with something that we don't have in our kit, right, or our catalog. We can access Cisco's entire catalog of equipment, place orders, get things expedited, get it on its way to where it needs to be. Sometimes we'll send just equipment. Sometimes we send equipment and people to set it up. So a standard IT answer, I tell people, it depends. So we always need to know kind of what's going on and then figure out what are the right tools to bring to help you solve the problem.
Yeah, and then I guess the next step is to get on site.
Yeah, so getting on site, logistics is one of the hardest things, right? And especially that last mile, if you will, of getting into a disaster zone where, roads may be blocked, things may be flooded. So we always try to have a plan A, a plan B, and then, always thinking about safety of our people. As a manager, I'm most worried about taking care of my team. The truck can burn to the ground, and I'm not worried about that, but I want to take care of our people. So we always have a lot of planning that goes into how are we going to get there? Are we taking commercial flights? Are we, we've chartered planes before. We've, catch rides with other agencies sometimes. So again, it depends on the mission, where we're going, where are we sleeping, how we're going to get food, fuel, water, things like that.
Okay. And then during the deployment, I guess, anything that you have to worry about during the deployment itself? So you've got.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So once you get on scene, the requirements are always slightly different than what we heard, whether it's on the phone or on email, things like that. And new requirements come up. Hey, we need to hook up a printer over here, or hey, there's this other customer that heard about you guys and they'd really like help too. So we always bring extra equipment. We have really smart people that can reconfigure all this stuff kind of on the fly. And then we have a great team kind of in the back that supports the deployed team. So we have a lot of folks that are maybe shipping more equipment and maybe placing orders and maybe making phone calls to help coordinate. Maybe it's finding lodging for the deployed team. Maybe it's, getting more information about the next mission, the next request that's coming in. So we have a lot of very robust processes around that.
And then finally, the decision to pack up and go home. How does that happen?
Yeah, that's always an interesting one. So we always have a plan when we go in. We say, what is the definition of done, right? Or what does success look like? Mm-hmm. So we try to have some idea of what that looks like, and we always have a transition plan going in for, are we going to leave equipment behind? Is the customer working with their own providers to maybe get new equipment, get replacements in? Again, it depends. But we always plan for that going in, and then we can support everything remotely. So maybe the trucks we have to have people with, but with the kits, and we can support them remotely. As long as there's power and backhaul, we can get to it and make all the config changes. And then when it's time to bring that back, we have a whole process around reverse logistics. How do we get the equipment back? And then how do we rehab that equipment, take care of it, clean it up a little bit, test it, make sure it's ready to go for the next mission.
Fantastic. So, Matt, just in conclusion, perhaps a reflection about one incident that sort of stays in your mind that you were really proud of?
Oh, man, there's so many, but I would say it was kind of my first big deployment with the team. So in 2010, the Haiti earthquake hit in January, and I was a volunteer with the team at the time. They also had a full-time position open, and I said, hey, I'll go as a volunteer. And I went there, and there was so much need. There was, so many challenges on the ground as far as communications, logistics, everything like that. I came back with a tremendous sense of responsibility of, hey, I used to do IT infrastructure stuff for Cisco, as well as being a first responder as a firefighter and EMT, and now it's like I get paid to do both. So I came back and I was like, this is the job I was born to do.
That's fantastic. And like I said, I'm sure the team is always appreciated by those that you go and serve and save.
Absolutely. The nice thing is sometimes expectations are pretty low. So when we can provide great connectivity and it's fast and it's reliable and it's secure, you can really see very quickly the impact it's having on the mission.
Fantastic. Well, Matt, thank you so much for spending time with us on the broadcast today to take us through what you and the team do for those around the world who are in a state of emergency.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right. So that brings us to the end of our World of Solutions tour for this year. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast and stay safe. Thanks, everybody.
Point. Now the service that we depend on is no longer available. So something just as simple as one small slip up in their automation broke the trust of that API, right? And so it's incredibly important for us to establish that trustworthiness when we depend on a service, especially for our businesses. And then once I actually have an established kind of agreed upon way of doing this, it's very important for me to rinse and repeat, create consistency through documentation, through roadmaps, and the like. And so this is something that's very important throughout not only the API experience, but from the development point of view, but also from the consumption part of that. And again, this promotes consistency. Now, Cisco's API journey, we've been up or down in the API journey. It really depends on which product set that you're aligned to and which service you're aligned to within Cisco, on where the maturity scale has ranged from an API point of view. But we realized back in 2016 that there needs to be a consistent framework and understanding by which everyone who builds or consumes APIs in our company needs to kind of gravitate around. And so we created a style guide that was basically a best practices documentation that all engineering teams in the company could align to. So when they are creating either a net new API from scratch, kind of an API first model, or they are adding an API in front of an existing product set. Maybe it's in front of Nexus or in front of Catalyst that you're building a solution that needs programmatic access. Once we had that style guide in place, then people kind of understood that there was a template in place that they could rinse and repeat in their own environment. And then the rest was evangelization. We need to let the engineering teams know there are style guides, there are API guides, and we just basically pass that over the entire engineering organization. Now, sometimes you end up in a situation where one team is kind of late to the game because, again, they've built a product that never really needed a programmatic interface to it. And at some point, we need to understand that if you're going to build this from scratch, this is the way you do it. You don't kind of come up with your own strategy. And so we did an exact alignment around this to make sure that everyone fully understood the importance of an API first or an API consistent model. And so what we've been doing roughly since 2021 is really driving that consistency across our APIs, where we do internal API quality scoring, where we give a score to a group on what their APIs look like. Does it have a change log for backward compatibility? Is it actually obeying open API specifications? Those types of things. And so the state that we're in right now is that everyone understands the importance of API quality. They understand what the style guides and the standards look like. And now we're really just kind of in the mode of making sure that when we either acquire a company, that they understand these standards. If we're going to build something brand new, perhaps an API for artificial intelligence or API for sustainability, that everyone is basically operating under this standard. Now, the last thing to close kind of in this space is walking away from here. If this is something, a new topic for you, you don't really understand APIs, or some other part of your institution is really focused on APIs, one thing that you can participate with them in is really focused on making sure that you have API as a product. Like any other product or service you're building, make sure that you're defining a product plan, requirements, priorities, roadmaps, and so forth. And so this is something that we obey, certainly within my group, from the DevNet group. If you go to developer.cisco.com, a sandbox, a learning lab, whatever it is that you consume, we go through this entire API lifecycle management for all of those assets. And so this is something that we definitely live by. Now, I'm going to invite to the stage my friend Renato, who's going to give a practical example of not only API as a product, but also API first, when you are actually creating your APIs and then everything else follows that, and how that yields a very high-end experience. So I'd like to invite to the stage Renato.
Thanks, mate. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So let's get going. So Shannon was talking to you about how important the experience of the APIs are. So what we did, we basically, when we thought about how we're going to build an observability platform, we used all those years and experiences that we had across Cisco to make sure that we would provide a better and good experience for our developers. So let's take a look at that. So for us, when we start looking at observability, we needed to create a platform that would allow developers to build observability solutions that could help users and organizations to overcome a few challenges. So the first challenge that we noticed is when we were thinking about it, we're like, okay, if you are building observability for networking, it will look and have shape and form like a networking observability persona will look at it. But if you build it for an application persona, that is slightly different. Modeling those domains and being able to represent those differences, it was absolutely important for us. So when we were thinking about the APIs that we need to deliver it, the first one we needed to consider was, well, we need APIs that would allow developers to represent their observability domain How does that behave? What are the entities involved in it? What kind of telemetry? Right? They also change. So you not always have all types of signals for a given domain. So being able to provide APIs that would allow developers to first represent their own domain. Second, being able to collect diverse forms of telemetry was also very important. The other aspect was once the data was coming in, then we needed to allow them to correlate the data. And being able to say, if I build a model for networking, how can I make the networking model become aware of the application model, or the infra model, or the user experience model? Right? Those things were very important for us. So then, to help overcome those things, we created a platform. So we said, instead of us thinking about every possible combination of domains and telemetry, we need to allow developers to create those things. Of course, at Cisco, we would focus on the domains that we have knowledge and footprint on. So you will see us building observability solutions for the networking domain, for infra and cloud, for applications. Those are things that we do. It's our bread and butter. But there might be environments that it's not our job, right? We needed to allow developers to build for those and create an ecosystem about it. So building an observability experience for developers became critical for us. So if you look at the top, you will see that we have Cisco Full Stack Observability Exchange and customers on one side, and on the other side, the developer ecosystem. So the interesting aspect here is we needed to build a set of APIs that wouldn't only allow our customers and partners to build, but also allow us to build. So that became very interesting because now you're not only serving someone outside, you got to think API first because you're not serving someone outside of your realm anymore only. You're serving ourselves. So it becomes very interesting because now I'm building APIs on the platform that my developers, the Cisco developers, will actually use the same way that a partner or a customer would use. From that perspective, we created what we call a developer-ready platform. And you can see here in the box, there are multiple aspects of it in terms of capabilities. We got to think about APIs, for instance, ABAC and RBAC for security reasons, right? For permissions, roles. We needed to create an API that developers could represent those things. If you're building a solution, you're representing your own roles. You may have your own permissions. So you got to be able to represent those things through APIs. We need an API for a query language. You're giving us data. Most likely, you're going to have to read that data some way, somehow. You need an API for that. Custom data in UI. You're building an observability solution for a user constituency in a domain. They have their own perspectives on how the data should be represented visually. We need APIs for those, right? So every box you see on the bottom, right, are a set of APIs that each developer will use depending on the complexity of their solution. Now, the other thing that became critical to us was every time that we could use an open standard, we should. So in the FSO platform, right, in the Cisco Observability platform, we chose, one of the things that we needed was telemetry was something very different across domains. They have the same signal, but they are represented. The metadata that represented was different. So we needed a way that we could unify telemetry across domains. So when a developer builds on the platform, they can rest assured that their solutions can get their data in. So what we did is we basically based our approach in open telemetry. How many of you have heard about open telemetry here? Not many? One, two, okay. So we use open telemetry as the standard. So the API contract for data on the platform becomes OTLP protobufs. It's basically open telemetry data, right? We support all the signals, so we needed to do all the signals. And another important aspect is an API for an entity-centric data modeling. Remember, I was telling you at the beginning, a developer, the challenge would be different domains, different personas, the developers building for those different situations. They need the flexibility to represent their own domain model. So the platform will have to do that. And it became more interesting because it allows you to get telemetry contextualized for what they mean and what they represent. So that way you can go and say, this is a metric about that switch. That is a log record for that host. That is a change event for an AP, right? I need to represent those things as a developer. And it's there. And then, of course, we got more generic APIs that are applicable across domains. So, for instance, the platform has the ability to provide you inference and statistics modeling for metrics. So you can do things like baselining of the telemetry. You can collect data, and you can verify deviations, and you can create alerts based on it. Like a developer doesn't need to worry about all that. The platform takes care of it. So I think that gives you enough context. So let me give you a walkthrough on what are the points of APIs, where do they sit, and what they're used for. So this is a high-level picture of the topology of the platform. On the left side, you can see an OTel collector, cloud data sources, and custom integrations, right? So let's start from the top. The first service that you see is an OTel ingestion service. That basically, we needed to provide a standard way for people to push data into the platform, and it becomes an OTLP pipeline. So for us, our platform, a lot of people think about observability equals instrumentation. Well, for us, it's really about the data that an instrumentation library would generate. So as long as you can reach the data, whatever the format is, and you can transform that and represent that data through an OTLP signal, the platform will take it. It doesn't judge who sent the data. Right? You can reach the ingestion service and send the data straight away. So that's the number one. Then what you see here, as number two, you see a cloud data source. That means if you have a data source, data in the wild, telemetry in the wild, you may create your own custom data collector that you see on the right. So if you have data sitting out there, whatever is the format, as a developer, you can create your own custom data collector. And what that API allows you to do is basically to build a service that can take the data from the outside, pull or push, and then convert it into OTLP and send it over to the platform. That's the box number 3. Box number 4, there is a whole pipeline. So that pipeline is made of steps. And there are components that as a developer, you can use APIs to describe how do you take the data in and what are the steps you want to make. So I'll give an example. The first step on the pipeline is about identifying the telemetry semantics and decide what to do with it. What does it represent? So imagine you're sending a flat record, like a log, and in that record, you put semantics on that says, this log record represents my ATM. Right? If you're a bank, you have an ATM, and you want to observe the ATMs. We can basically allow you to push that data in, and then the step number 1, you describe when that data arrives, I want you to instantiate an entity of type ATM, and I want to associate the log record with it. Next step would be, when you send me the telemetry, do I recognize more than one thing? Oh, you send me data about the ATM and the firewall or the VPC or whatever is the gateway that the ATM connects to every day. Do you want to draw those correlations for you? And then the ingestion would do the rest. So every step allows you to basically describe through APIs how the pipeline should behave. So as a developer, you are in control. You can say what goes where and how. So we need an APIs to give you the power of representing those things. Once the data is processed, right, we can do derivations too. A great example is a lot of people don't have multiple signals. Right? Let's say you just have log records. That's all you have. But the log records carry information that might feed a metric. Right? So, for example, a common sense is, let's say the log record is carrying a payment data. So it knows how much was the transaction. The value of the transaction is printed on the log record. Right? With the platform, we give you APIs that, as part of the pipeline, you can look over the log and say, I want to derive a metric out of it. And then I want to track that metric over time. And I want to baseline that metric. I want to create alerts based on it. Like, it becomes a living thing. So there are components that allow you to do that too. And there are also components that are focused on determining the health of an entity. So we can look over and say, oh, is this okay? So I can measure either a metric or an event. I can use one of those signals, and I can decide, based on those values, am I okay or not? Should I alert the user or not? Again, as a developer, you can describe all those things and have that package up and sent to the platform as a solution. Once the data gets stored or processed, it gets stored. So you can see there we got basically a multi-signal telemetry store. We allow you to store metrics, logs, traces, and events. The interesting aspect of that store is that it becomes connected to a unified query language. So we need an API that would allow the user to interact with any signal or cross signals into a single query. So we needed to provide a language that would allow people to query those things. Right? So for instance, you can go and fetch, I want to know what are the clusters that I'm running on an AZ. Okay, find that out. Now tell me what's the average CPU on those clusters. But you then traverse domains. You can go and say, actually, bring me the average response time, the ART for a service, for an application service. And side by side, now tell me what's the CPU utilization of the nodes on the clusters that this service runs. Put them side by side. Right, so we allow you to correlate signals and domains into a single query. Once now you can start understanding the power of what can be done, right? If you can get that reach on the data, you can then go and create a user experience that leverages all that data. When it comes to the UI, we allow you to basically build user experiences that are extensible by nature. So what does that mean for a developer? It means that you can provide your user experience in the right context at the right time. That allows you to create enrichments for existing experiences built by other developers without having even touched the code the developer wrote. Great example of this is ourselves. The team that built the Kubernetes solution built a user experience, a developer experience for the Kubernetes, for the SRE, for the Kubernetes operator. So they're providing you information about a cluster in the context of Kubernetes. Then we had another team, an acquisition we made. They came in on board of the platform, and they had capabilities that allow you to understand the cost of Kubernetes resources across multiple clouds. So now you got two teams, right? This cost guys came in, and it doesn't make sense for us to create a different experience. Our information, what we know, it's relevant within the context of Kubernetes. They were able to build a solution that provide all the context they want within the Kubernetes user experiences without having even touched the code. These guys are working separate pipelines, separate solutions, but the platform allows the consumption of those APIs, the platform allows them to become a single one. So that dream about single pane of glass, in the platform, the user experience can do that by context. And it becomes very powerful because as a user, when you're looking at it, you can't see the difference, right? The APIs allow the UI to behave and look exactly the same no matter who built it, right? And they are composable. So developers can enrich each other's context and making the user experience superior. Now, what all that does, so those are types of APIs that you're dealing with, right? So multiple types of APIs to help you do that. So by doing all this, right, we are allowing developers to create observability solutions for their domain but yet enable the teams to work together, different domains, people coming from different domains, to actually be aware of each other, right? Providing context for each other so they can reduce MTTI, MTTR. You can better understand the environment and relationships between them. Because I'm building a solution for networking, I don't need to know much about the other solution. I just need to know that it's going to be in the platform and how my model relates to their model. Well, we're based on the same APIs. It's a common language. I can just do it. The unify tools to a single source of truth. That's where we're heading, right? We hear from customers that they have multiple tools doing multiple things for them. This allows developers to build those tools, but yet coexist and merge and have better synergy between them. So now they have a single place to bring their data. If the sources are different, that's fine. Bring all the data, collect them together, put them in context, and you're fine. So it has been a very interesting pleasure for us to work with partners, building the ecosystem. You probably saw us announcing modules on Cisco Live EMEA, on Cisco Live US. Every time we launched it, there were partners building new modules. They're all building those modules to integrate with each other, right? And it's growing. So, and they're building modules for verticals like finance and banking, insurance, right? Observability for businesses. But they're also building modules like MLOps. Or another one that I love is the module for VMware infrastructure, where they do vSphere and NSX and do correlation with applications. So really, really powerful stuff that we have ecosystem developing on top of the platform, and we don't need to care about it. We just integrate with them automatically because we're all on the top of the platform. So summarizing, right? Very important. If you pick an API strategy, if you adopt an API strategy, an API-first strategy, you're building not for yourself, you're building automatically for others. If it's easy for your developers to consume the APIs and use them, it should be as easy for whoever is sitting outside. It's just become an RBAC exercise, like, do I want to make this API public available or I don't? Because you're going to make those choices too, right? You can now think about it when you're building, but also when you're consuming those APIs. So for us at Cisco, we have a ton of people focusing in making sure that that API experience across our product lines exists. And we're taking it further. With the Cisco Full Stack Observability, we are providing a platform that allows you to actually build on top of extensible APIs and provide value to your customers, right? And build on top of, add value on top of the stuff that we are doing. So you can go and create solutions that can complement what we are doing and make that available on our exchange, which is a marketplace, where you as a partner can go and say, I have built an observability solution for a particular domain. And that is correlated to networking or one of the Cisco solutions that we made available. You can basically go and work with us. We have a partner team that can help you and then build solutions on top of it and make them available for users on our marketplace so they can subscribe to it. With that, I want to thank you so much for your time. I hope this has been informative. I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to day 2 of Cisco Live APJC Melbourne. I hope that you've had as much of an experience to learn as much as I have. And it's really good to hear from Shannon and Renato about APIs and what we can do in that space. I know for myself, a lot of my customers are looking at APIs and are actually looking at what the use cases are within the marketplace, especially around that retail industry. As well as that, we've actually had the opportunity to walk through the world of solutions today, and I thought that might be a good opportunity to discuss some of the things that we've got upcoming for the rest of the day. Currently, a lot of the people at Cisco Live are actually at the Women at Cisco event, where we're having the opportunity to network and discuss, how people like myself are actually engaging with the IT industry. But I actually, in the break, had the opportunity to walk around with some of my customers in the world of solutions, and we had a really good experience talking to Thousand Eyes about what they're doing in that particular realm and how we can actually enable and enhance the customer experience for all of their retailers who are using their online website. As well as that, I think what I'm really excited and what I hope Richard will have the opportunity to talk to today is about some of the other teams that we have around Cisco that are not just related to engineering, but are actually looking at how we can improve our general community and how we're actually putting our technology to good use, such as the crisis response team. I know for a lot, this may be a team that you may have engaged with previously. We've had a couple of particular incidents where Cisco has really stepped up and actually made sure that our technology and that the teams within our organization are actually going out to help the community. If this is something that you've actually experienced or and you've actually enabled and seen the Cisco crisis response team, I really do encourage you to go to our socials. Talking about our socials, this might be a good opportunity to look at some housekeeping. So if you're coming in from a different country, or if you're not here in Australia or potentially want to listen in another language, we actually have 7 different languages that we're live broadcasting this stream in. So for myself, my family is actually in Vietnam, so I'm actually sending this broadcast to my aunts and aunties. So for the first time, they actually get to see what I'm doing as an account manager, but also as a broadcast host. So really happy, and if they're watching and listening right now, hello. As well as that, we actually have a great opportunity to hear from our engineers. So if in between the different sessions there's a particular product that you would like to see a little bit more of, or if you've heard a particular product name, so such as myself, we've just recently acquired Exedian, and that's a product that I wasn't truly aware of at this stage. I've actually gone on to ciscolive.com/APJC to check out our engineers and their Cisco Quick Bites, which you can also find by hashtagging #Cisco Quick Bites. And this is where our engineers from the World of Solutions floor, as well as our engineers from across from APJC, have actually given us a little segment of what their product is and how we should be using it in the workplace. So for me, that's something that I'll be checking out later before this. But for you, I think this is a great opportunity to actually learn a little bit more about what we're doing in that space. As well as that, we'd love to hear from you about what you're experiencing, where you're actually listening from, what you found is the most interesting, maybe a couple of notes from the keynotes of some of the speakers, such as from Shannon and Renato. So please join the conversation on all our different socials at #CiscoLiveAPJC. Now, before we head over into the world of solutions to Richard to talk a little bit more, I wanted to have a bit of a discussion around the National Innovation Network. Previously, I just spoke to Tim Sketty, who's looking at innovation from a product level. And I think infusing that creativity and looking at the different user experiences is really important in how we actually do a product. And for someone who loves, and I'm just going to show something, I've hidden pieces of paper behind my iPad, and my pen is my greatest tool. For someone who loves brainstorming, I think it's great that we're actually enabling a startup culture in different parts of our business units. And so Tim spoke about having a blank piece of paper to actually write out all of your different ideas. And I think that's something that I'll be using across for all of my customer conversations in the future as we actually look at creating solutions that are a little bit more, tailored to what their experience is. And I think that really goes back to what Shannon and Renato were saying around that API and what we have on that marketplace. So if you've got a development team or if you're looking for something that's a little bit more tailored for your customers, then I would go and check out that particular keynote again, or one of our iTalks around the innovation piece. If you're only joining us now and you've missed a couple of our different segments, all of our videos and our on-demand content is available from the December 20th, and it's available on ciscolive.com/on-demand. So I would go and check that out. It's a great little Christmas gift, or if you're shutting down for the holidays, I would suggest having a look at that in the new year as we prepare to, as our theme on Cisco Live suggests, let's go. So now that we are talking about National Innovation Network, let's hear from Richard, and we'll come back after and have a little discussion about that. Let's go to the world of the solutions with Richard now.
So welcome to the National Industry Innovation Network stand. And I'm joined today by Reg Johnson. Reg, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Richard. Good to be back again.
Yeah, I know. We did this last year and it was a lot of fun. So I guess for those who haven't heard from you before, perhaps you could introduce yourself, your role as part of the Industry Innovation Network, and then a little bit about what the network is all about.
Yeah, sure. So my role is officially Director of Education and Strategic Industries with Cisco. A big part of my role is support of our university partnerships. And with those partnerships, we came together to form this National Industry Innovation Network, or NIN as we refer to it, in 2020. And it's a real response at a high level from Cisco to support the need for better collaboration between industry and universities. We're very lucky to have a range of deep and strategic partnerships across the country doing some really interesting things.
Yeah, perhaps we could pick up on that a bit and sort of talk about the focus of some of those alliances and also, the aim for those organisations from being part of this network. Yeah, so in terms of the partnerships, we've got a lot of areas of specialisation across this network. A big part of what we've brought together, if I could talk a little bit about NIN in terms of the elements too. So we have obviously the university partnerships that are anchoring this. Then through those partnerships, we've co-invested to establish some core infrastructure. So we have Innovation Central, which is our brand in terms of our co-innovation centres, co-located on university campuses. We also have an important investment in research. So we have a number of research chairs focused on critical technologies and critical industries, which are of national importance and also very much aligned to Cisco's research priorities globally. Mm-hmm. Then alongside that, we also have these specialised centres. And we'll talk a little bit more about, what we're doing in health and cybersecurity that are part of that. And then we leverage our Network Academy program. So obviously we all understand the skills challenge that countries are facing, and Australia's no different. So our Network Academy is very much embedded in these partnerships and doing an important role in terms of helping prepare students for careers in IT. Fantastic. I mean, that's a very comprehensive program just in that section there. And I know we've been running for a year. So last year when we spoke, we just launched the NIN. Mm-hmm. That's really getting kicked off. So perhaps you could outline some of the activities that have happened over the last year and some of the new associations that have been created.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's evolving rapidly. It's so good to sort of see how, in a way it's taken a life of its own. And we're very fortunate to have, such strong commitment from our university partners in building what we have. But, there's clearly, in terms of national priorities, big challenges, likes of sustainability, security. We also, through our National Industry Innovation Network, responded to the Royal Commission into Aged Care. So we're doing a lot of thought leadership across the network, informing those sort of important national debates. But, we've got some outstanding examples of innovation happening within these universities. Probably Flinders is a great example I'll call out because, it's example of, how a university has really helped to transform, from sort of an old economy into new economy in terms of an amazing innovation district, which is Tonsley. And I think there'll be a video that people will be able to see that sort of tells that story really well.
Yeah, no, that's really good. All right. So, Reg, I think what we'll do next is we'll go and talk to the guys from the cybersecurity, from the education and from the healthcare alliances to dive into that in a bit more detail. So thanks for your time on the broadcast, and maybe we'll see you again next year.
Thanks, Richard.
All right. I'm joined now by Andrew Riley and Andrew McLean from the Health Alliance stand here. So, Andrew, tell us what's happening under the Health Alliance as part of the NIN.
Thank you, Richard. What's happening in the NIN? So it's really a partnership between research, industry, and ecosystem partners to solve healthcare challenges in the Australian New Zealand market.
Perhaps you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. So through our partnership, university partnership with RMIT, we're working with ecosystem partners, industry and research to solve some of these challenges. And I'd like to introduce Andrew from Ignite Technologies, who's going to walk through their assisted living platform and show us an example of this. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. So what we're showcasing today is called the Autonomous Living Project. And what that's about is taking existing Meraki and Cisco technology, integrating that with our custom user interface that you can see here on our Desk Mini to ultimately produce better health outcomes for the individuals we're supporting. So we'd like to showcase a real live alert today for you. So what I'm going to do is trigger our front door sensor here, as you see. And as a caregiver, I'm going to have a custom alert sent to my phone to let me know that that door is opened, as you can see here.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. So that's a great example of how technology and people and process is helping caregivers provide better care to their residents and alleviate the burden of care from the person to the space, ultimately making a better healthcare experience. Thank you, Richard.
And thank you, Andrew. And thank you, Andrew, for highlighting to us some of those innovations and automation that we're introducing into the healthcare sector. Thank you. All right, with that, let's move over and see what's happening in the NIN Cybersecurity Alliance. All right, here we are at the Cybersecurity Alliance stand, and I'm joined by Angelo from the Alliance team. Angelo, welcome to the broadcast, my friend.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we just heard from Reg that the Cyber Alliance is a new alliance as part of the NIN. Perhaps we could start out with telling us a little bit more about the alliance itself.
Absolutely. Thank you, Richard. So the NIN Cybersecurity Alliance is focused on addressing Australia's cybersecurity and cyber resilience challenges. Australia is actually facing the highest per capita threats globally at the moment. And so this is a crucial step towards addressing and safeguarding our economy.
Fantastic. And perhaps you could sort of elaborate a little bit about what the focus is of the Alliance.
So the focus of the Alliance is around research and development in cybersecurity and cyber resilience. It's around intelligence sharing and risk reduction for the universities and also workforce upskilling. So it's really important that we upskill our entire nation in cybersecurity.
Fantastic. And so, as a member of the Alliance, what sort of benefits are the organisations gaining from joining the Alliance?
Thank you, Richard. There are several benefits. So first and foremost, there's access to a diverse range of industry partners and their unique skills and capabilities. We also have access to Cisco's world-class Talos threat intelligence organisation and the threat intelligence that they provide, and access to Cisco's networking academies, specifically the existing curriculum content and training materials that the Cisco networking academies provide.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. And look, if anyone who's listening wants to join, is there an opportunity to join the Alliance?
Look, thanks, Richard. It's absolutely simple. The first point of call is contact your Alliance manager within your NIN university, and they will triage and guide you from there.
All right. So changing gears a little bit, have you got some examples of some of the work that's already happened and maybe something you could show us?
Look, a great example is SafeClick from the University of Canberra. Students at the university tapped into Cisco's umbrella DNS security product, and they were able to take reputation scores from that product so that they can safeguard you before you click on a malicious link. And this is a really important problem to solve because 80% of breaches, Richard, occur from phishing attacks. So this tool is an example of a low-cost innovation that could help millions of Australians.
Fantastic, and I'm sure that's what we all want to see is more of that innovation.
Absolutely.
To benefit everybody. All right.
Thank you.
All right, Angelo, thank you so much for your time on the stand. And so let's move over to talk about education and what's happening in the NIN Education Alliance. So here we are at the education stand as part of the NIN, and I'm joined by Chris Owens. Chris, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Great to have you as well. So, Chris, tell us, why is there an education focus as part of the NIN?
Well, Richard, education and our partnerships with universities is a central pillar to the NIN. Cisco has a long history in partnering with education institutions around the world to provide inclusive education and learning for all. And we see education as a fundamental right that everyone should have access to.
Yeah, and so what is it that we're showing this year?
Sure. On the stand this year at Cisco Live Melbourne 2023, it's great to showcase the fantastic work we've been doing together, such as the research at La Trobe University and leveraging the campus as a living lab, and looking at practical applications for WebEx hologram technology in mining, healthcare, defence and education. We're also showcasing what we're doing in learning spaces to simplify the technology and make the spaces healthier and more inclusive, while also reducing costs and improving sustainability.
All right. So perhaps you can show us some of that, I guess.
Modern learning spaces have gradually evolved over a number of years. If we start with a simple whiteboard, this was enhanced with a projector. With time, AV equipment was introduced, which digitised the rooms so much more. And along with wired and wireless connectivity, thanks to IT, the outside world could be brought into the classroom to tackle the hybrid learning challenges. Add in sensors from facilities, and now we've ended up with capabilities, but a lot of complexity with discrete platforms,
point solutions and islands of data resulting in poor educator and student experience. There really has got to be a better way, and there is. Hybrid learning needs to be done right to ensure it is supportive for all students, both in the classroom and remote. We've seen how this technology can be used when we've had to rush solutions into place, but now we need to start doing it properly and more inclusively. With our Cisco collaboration portfolio applied to an education setting, we're able to bring a much simpler and intelligent platform approach to learning spaces, which are not only more sustainable with significant cost savings, but provide a vastly improved and inclusive experience. The sensors embedded in the collaboration portfolio and the access points help consolidate room technology and bring with it real intelligence to help ensure that the learning spaces are optimal for teaching and learning.
Chris, that's amazing. I wish I had something like that when I was at university. Anyway, all right, so I guess the final question for you is, how can people learn more?
Well, it's as simple as going into Google and do a search on NIN, N-I-I-N, and you'll find all the great work that we're doing in our partnerships with universities around Australia.
Fantastic. Well, thanks again, Chris, for sharing your time with us today. And with that, that brings it to us to an end here with the NIN stand, and let's go back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Richard, and thank you so much, Reg, for taking us through all of the different sectors that the NIN is working through. I especially like that we're in the healthcare business and actually helping scale that innovation across all of our different healthcare industries, because I think that shared learning is really important. And talking about shared learning, the fact that we're actually putting our heads together, not just working within the Cisco ecosystem, but actually taking some of our youngest and brightest talent across that cybersecurity piece is going to be so important. And I think we've seen, through all of our speakers, exactly how much it is important to actually look at solving those particular breaches and working together on that piece. What really interested me is the fact that we're looking with universities and in partnership with the students and the lecturers there on actually changing that hybrid work, but for those students, hybrid learning experience. I know, for example, back in my time at university, we were all using laptops, and to see that we're actually taking those classrooms to the next level and that we're working in partnership with exactly what outcomes that they want to achieve, whether it be that hybrid experience between students at home and students in the classroom, or using lots of different mixed mediums to take that learning to the next level is really important. But in saying that, I think if you want to look at NIN, there's a lot that we can learn here. I'll definitely be talking to my customers about how we can leverage the partnerships with the universities. But I think Dave has a really exciting guest with Rob DiNicolo, so I'll send you that way. Over to you, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Em. It is very exciting indeed. With me, I have Rob DiNicolo, Director of ANZ Engineering Organisation. Rob leads a team of technologists, key focus on assisting customers to understand how to the power of our network and how to best use our technology in today's digital economy. So Rob has over 30 years of IT experience and is just an extremely passionate person when it comes to technology. Rob, thank you for joining us. Anything I've missed?
No, I think you've covered it all, Dave. No, pleased to be here, mate.
No, thanks for being here. Now, how's your Cisco Live been so far? I know we were talking earlier. You've been visiting. You've been customer meeting, partner meeting, which is fantastic. What's sort of a common trend or topic? What's something that's coming up a lot that they're asking?
Yeah, look, the NIN conversation was quite focused on cybersecurity, and I think that's an absolute top area of conversation for both customers and partners that I've been talking about. And I think because Cisco Live is very much about the network, there's a lot of discussion around the network and cybersecurity convergence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's been a key message resonating across the whole conference. Is the cybersecurity piece plays in that secure network sort of piece. So, yeah, we've got a lot of innovations coming up. And what are some of the innovations that you've been working on in ANZ, and something that's most exciting for you?
Yeah, so I think it's probably important to understand in the Australian-New Zealand market, we're kind of unique. This little island or series of islands that are quite innovative. So we're actually, on a global scale, we're seen as being early adopters of technology, trying things to work out how the tech can actually help the business. So we're actually seeing taking a step back, what we're also is important to understand is that we're also not immune from some of the major trends going on, which brings us back to cybersecurity as a major trend. And around cybersecurity, what we've seen with ransomware attacks. I'm not sure if you've seen the latest data, but about 25% of cybersecurity breaches in Australia are ransomware attack.
Wow.
And any ideas how much that costs Australia?
Millions.
2.6 billion.
Billions. Wow.
So big numbers. So we've got this cybersecurity gap, and then at the same time we are seeing that our operators are actually under a lot of pressure in the IT space, trying to do more with less, particularly on the back of COVID and the massive digitisation. So people are working really hard with the tools that they've got to try and get the job done. So where that leaves us is that, we talked before, we touched on that convergence between network and cybersecurity. The thing I'm really excited about is that I'm seeing lots of organisations and lots of our customers starting to use the network as a tool to protect their businesses.
Yeah, wow.
So secure connectivity, secure networking is something that is happening and is being led by this part of the world.
And what about a little bit of like automation and simplification? Is that tying to what all this as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Because so traditionally we've probably had the tool sets to try and do this historically, but it's just been too hard. Too hard to do with the traditional technologies. If you think about a ransomware attack, the way that kind of works normally is that it starts by an email, dodgy email. Someone receives an email, it's got a QR code in it, or it's got a link or some sort of executable file. Someone hits that, goes off to a website, then from that website some code gets downloaded to the user's machine, and then that starts to spawn and get out of control. That machine becomes a launching pad for attacks across the network. We've tried to counter that historically by using things like access control lists and IP addresses to build policy on the network that stops that spread. It's too hard.
Yeah.
It gets too hard too fast. And that's where automation and technologies like software-defined access, or we call it SDA, comes from our Catalyst Center platform, or DNA Center that we used to call it. That gives you the ability to actually really simplify the use of that technology and make it achievable, which is something that wasn't really practical if you turn the clock back a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see just how far we've come, and thank you for confirming. If I don't click on that link, I actually don't. I mean, if I do click that link, I don't become a multi-millionaire, you're saying? So, yeah.
No, that Nigerian prince is unlikely to actually send you that money.
Tying all this now into sort of a customer, do you have some examples of how these innovations are being applied in the customer's organisation?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen SDA, as I mentioned, SDA in this part of the world is an area of technology being adopted very, very rapidly. And we're seeing that play out across a number of different industries. But one of the industries that I really love, before I came to Cisco, I worked in healthcare. That was my original background. And we're actually seeing healthcare really start to use SDA because the benefits associated with it map really tightly into the problems that healthcare need to solve. You've heard of IoT?
Yes.
Internet of Things, which is a funky term that really talks to an environment where we connect lots of non-traditional devices to the IP network. Now that's massive industry trend. They're talking 29 billion connected devices over the course of the next couple of years. With that comes a whole bunch of additional risk. Now, when you think about IoT, hospitals and healthcare have been on the IoT journey for almost 20 years. They just didn't call it IoT. So, software-defined access has been a major benefit to healthcare customers like Fiona Stanley. Yep. They're an example of a customer locally. They're a hospital or a healthcare organisation in Western Australia, actually a large organisation. They have a hospital which is about 800 beds, which is big in this part of the world. They see about 37,000 inpatients every year. They've got 7 buildings, and from a tech perspective, they've got 15,000 data ports, 2,200 access points.
Yeah, wow, incredible.
Because they connect everything.
Massive.
And they're connecting stuff like patient monitoring, So all the stats that they connect around a patient's well-being. They're using things like infusion pumps that administer drugs to a patient. That machine needs to talk to a medications management database, so it's got to be connected. They've got robots in the surgery. They've got robots that carry things like linen around, perform menial tasks. So when you connect all these different things in a digital hospital, you've got to be able to secure it. You've got to be able to apply policy. And for Fiona Stanley, traditionally that was really hard. They tried to do it using traditional models, but it just didn't work. It was too complicated. They ended up with 700 subnets, IP term, 700 IP subnets. They ended up having 30 protocols across 3 networks, and they were running MPLS. And it got to a point where it just got so complicated that people are scared to make changes because, you fix one thing, there's risk that you break something else. So SDA changed the game for them.
Clearly an absolute game changer, absolutely. So there's one thing, I can't let you go without asking you this question though, so we will just finish up on this question for you here, but I want to ask you, it's resonated across the entire Cisco Live, let's touch a bit on AI. What are your thoughts around AI and the direction of AI into our networks? Yeah.
I guess AI is really topical. It's hard to believe that it's only 12 months since we saw, ChatGPT come to market and it kind of changed the game. But what's interesting, we actually ran an AI readiness survey, a global survey, 8,000 companies across 30 different countries. And we asked AI professionals where they were at with that AI strategy. And we got some pretty interesting learnings in that 97% of those surveyed said that they feel a ton of pressure and increasing pressure over the last 6 months to do something in the AI space. 67% of them said if they don't do something in the next 6 months, they're going to fall behind competitively. But then when we scratched that hard and said, across APJC, what state are you in? How ready are you to actually use AI? Only 17% were actually ready to do that. And I think that's an area that we can really help with because we've got AI embedded in a number of products that we've had in market for quite a number of times, since probably 2017. You look at our security products, we've been using AI to be able to detect behavioural anomalies. We've been using AI to be able to, on the network side, to be able to troubleshoot, for AI ops and assurance. We use AI more recently to be able to take a predictive approach, say on the SD-WAN, so that we're using learnings from 1,000 eyes on what's happening on the network and then using AI to say, what do we need to do to mitigate against the risk of a potential issue compromising the performance on the network, and do that proactively. And most recently, we're using AI to change the way we engage with the tools, using AI assistance so that we can use natural language to actually program policy and ask the systems to do things for us and make it much more simple.
Simple, easier, time-saving, all of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, incredible. So, and we will just quickly ask just one. I know I said last question, but let's talk about sustainability and some sustainability challenges that you're seeing in the customers' environments. And
yeah, look, sustainability is, again, very, very important to organisations. People are still trying to get their heads around, how do they start on their sustainability journey? And one of the very, practical steps that we can take is addressing the emissions that come from large buildings, from our workplaces. I'll ask you a question. I know you're asking me questions, Dave, but any idea what percentage of global carbon emissions come from large buildings?
It'd be heaps. Something going to talk in the 80s.
30%. Oh. Not quite right up, but 30% of emissions come from big buildings, and 30% of energy consumption comes from big buildings. Oh, wow. We, through technology, by turning a building into a smart building, we can reduce that consumption by 40%.
Smart buildings is just incredible. Rob, I thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. I feel like we could talk on for hours here, but we do need to go back to the studio. Em, over to you, back in the studio.
Thank you so much, Dave, and thank you so much, Rob. That was actually a really great tie between NIN and then what we're doing, especially with Rob's background in the healthcare sector. I think that example really showed what kind of innovation that we'd actually like to bring out to the entire healthcare industry and what we can do in partnership with universities as well. So now there's something up next, which I think is very close to my heart. We'll be moving over to the Women at Cisco Live panel event, where we'll actually be talking about the topic, building a culture of allyship. We have a diverse and very experienced range of leaders who will be discussing how fostering a culture of allyship will be really important for the overall industry, how allyship can show up at different points of a woman's career, and how allyship actually positively affects all genders. As someone who's had great mentors, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have to say. So without further ado, let's go and let's head to the Women at Live Cisco event.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? I am so excited to be in this room. This is my favorite moment of the entire show because I get to look out at all of these amazing faces of the women of Cisco, the women of our partners, of our customers, and all of our allies. So thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you all of you online as well who are joining us. I wanted to take a minute to talk about allyship and why it's so important. Unfortunately, almost 38% of women today are choosing to opt out of tech as a potential career because they don't think that the culture of a technology company fits with their goals, their priorities, and that it makes it comfortable. I think all of the women in this room can prove that to be not true everywhere, especially at Cisco, I have to say, as a proud woman of Cisco. But it highlights the importance of culture, of allyship, of how you and all of us can really help to build up our confidence jointly together when we know that someone has our back. And so allyship is really about actively promoting and the aspiration to advance the culture of inclusion through intention, positivity, and conscious efforts. I want to talk for a moment about a moment of allyship that I've had in my career, very early on in my career when I was newly invited to sit in a room of higher level individuals, VPs plus, to contribute some of my thoughts to some projects that I was working on. And I often found myself not speaking at all in the room while I was in the room, probably sitting in the back somewhere quietly, and then coming out of the room and asking my boss at the time all of these different questions about why didn't anybody raise this? And what do we think about this? And what is blah, 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 blah. All of the things. And at one moment, he stopped me. And this was a moment when he wasn't my boss. He was my friend. And he said, "You always have great observations and insights and questions, but you never say them in the room. You're always saying them to me outside of the room when the meeting is done. Why is that? Why don't you feel that your voice is important?" And it was in those moments that I realized, I stopped and I thought and I said, you know what, you're right. My voice is just as important as anybody else's. I offer a different perspective. And that was a moment, a defining moment in my career when I started to really decide to speak up, to say something, and to bring my voice to other women's voices in the room as well. And while he was my boss at the time, he now works for me. He continues to be an incredible ally to me, and I continue to be, I hope, aspire to be that much of an ally to all of the rest of my colleagues. And I want to challenge you all That conversation took less than 5 minutes, and it was 5 minutes that built my confidence for the entire rest of my career. What are the 5 minutes that you can do in the next few weeks to practice that allyship, to show up as a friend, as a mentor, as someone who just is there to support someone when their confidence isn't feeling low? And with that, to hear more about some great examples of allyship in the making, I am excited to introduce Gloria, Gavin, Jackie, and Julie to the stage. Please come up.
Bigger fun.
Hi, thank you. Oh, I'll give you a... Thank you, thank you. There you go. Here, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, women of Cisco. Hello, allies. Hello to all of our audience who have joined us for the live broadcast today. I'm thrilled to be sitting here with this amazing panel where we're going to unpack one of the most important topics right now in the diversity area, and that's allyship. How to build a culture of allyship within your own organization. So, to get us started, I'd like to turn to you, Gloria. You're our Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for Cisco.
Yes.
What does allyship mean to you?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to start off by modeling what true allyship means to me and what it looks like, and share a couple of Cisco rituals. So first, I'm going to share that my pronouns are she and her. And then I'm going to give you a visual description of myself to honor the fact there are people in this room and there are people online who are visually impaired. I'm an African-American female with black hair and brown eyes. I'm wearing a dark pink suit with a multicolored blouse that's pink and black and white and striped, and I have black shoes on. And when I think about what true allyship is, it's sort of contextualized by three things. One is knowledge, right? Because sometimes when we want to be allies, we try to be allies from our perspective, from our lens, without really truly understanding what the people for whom we are providing allyship really want and need. So one is knowledge. Two is empathy. It's very hard to be an ally for someone when you don't have empathy for their situation. And the last and most important thing is action, right? I constantly tell leaders to ask themselves, whose voice is missing? Whose voice is missing from this product, from this discussion, from this experience, and then take action to bring their voices in. I want to just tease out one thing. I have really evolved in terms of my understanding of allyship. I thought that I could only be an ally for people who organizationally were at different levels than me. Like if I was the vice president, I couldn't be an ally for Jackie because she was an SVP. That's mythology. There was a scenario where I had an opportunity to be an ally for a female who was a CEO who called me in tears and said, Gloria, I don't understand why we keep having meetings on high holy days for my religion. We would never have an executive meeting on Christmas. And so immediately I picked up the phone, called the communications person, and said, here are all the religions of the people who are executives at this company. We will no longer have meetings on high holy days so that they can all come. So for me, allyship is knowledge, empathy, and action.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. Now, Jackie, I'm going to turn to you. You are our General Manager, SVP for Customer Experience in Asia Pacific, Greater China, and Japan. You've had a huge career. You've worked across many different organizations, many cultures, many countries. I'd like to understand from you where allyship has played a role in your career development, maybe for the good and, during hard times as well.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm a she, her. I'm wearing black pants, a black top, a white jacket, and white flat shoes. They're flat. Woo! Flat shoes today. Yeah, I mean, look, interestingly, I don't know, I mean, a few of you know me well in the room, and some of you have probably seen me speak. I was petrified of public speaking. The hands would shake. It took me years and years and years to get over it. I still get nervous. You know, that's who I am. I'm a Latina kangaroo. I was the only dark-haired girl at school in Sydney, and I got bullied to death, and it was terrible. But it was the reason why I got into IT at 17 years old, because I couldn't bear the thought of going to university. I'm like, I do not want to go anywhere near anything that looks like a school, because I'm just so afraid. And, you know, and then fast forward, I'm 17, I'm in technology, and someone on my behalf applies for a job at IBM for me, because she's like, apply for the job, Jackie. You can get it. I'm like, there is no way IBM is going to hire me. Like, no way. Next thing you know, I'm in front of an interview panel at IBM, and I am petrified, and my hands are shaking, and I get interviewed by a lot of people. Long story short, I get the job. Three people got hired out of 80. Just after the whole Lou Gerstner, you know, how to make the elephant dance and the big cleanup, and three permanent roles in Sydney. I walked around those hallways thinking that someone was going to tap me on the shoulder and go, hey, it was the other Jackie we were meant to hire. The Jackie that had more experience than you. The Jackie that actually knew how to spell technology. That's the one that we really wanted. And, you know, and then I learned as I got into my 5th, 6th, 7th year at IBM, and I was still petrified walking through the hallways, that actually one of the reasons why IBM hired me, and I became a manager very young, 20-something, is because they weren't looking for just technical people. Mm-hmm. They were looking for passionate people, people who were honest about what they knew and what they didn't know, people who wanted to learn and grow. And, you know, and all of that set me on a path to somewhere I'd never thought I'd land. Now I'm in Germany, Frankfurt. Is my mother in the room? Oh, she's in the room. She's just coming in the room.
Hello to Jackie's mom.
Look at that. I did not plan that. I did not plan that. So I had to tell my mother that I was going to Germany. And she's like, why would you go to Germany? You're an executive at IBM. Why would you go to Germany? You've got the best career of your life here in Australia. We migrated to Australia. Why are you going to Germany? Anyway, I explained to my mum the hardest things in my life, because she's my best friend, that I was going to Germany. And anyway, the next thing you know, and I'm coming to the answer to your question, I got to Germany, and now I'm in charge of 2,000 German men who are asking me, so now I'm no longer a South American in Australia, but now I'm an Australian in Germany, and they're asking me, why is the Australian project manager from IBM who knows nothing about banking, why are you here? And so let's just say that for the next 2 years of my life, it was the hardest 2 years of my life. I used to go home and cry my eyes out, and I used to get up every day and go back in until the moment happened. So about a year and a half in, I'm COO reporting to the Chief Technology Officer, and he's English. And the German Deputy CEO called me into a meeting room, and he said, Jackie, I want to tell you something. We're going to be letting your boss go tomorrow. And we know that you're very close to him, but we need to ask you a very, very important question. And I'm nervous and shaking as usual. And they said, would you take the job? Would you become the Chief Technology Officer of Europe, Middle East and Africa? And I honestly, in my head, I was like, holy shit, there is no way I can do this job. I am not ready. I'm not even ready for the last job. I cannot do this job. And he said to me, you've got 5 minutes. So they both left the office, came back in, and I had 60 seconds. And in my head was, I can't, I'm not ready, I don't have enough experience, I don't even know if I want to be here. All of that was in my head. And he walked through the door, and as he opened the door, I said, I'll take it. Yay! And Herman Lamberti is the man that put me on that stage, and he was one of the best mentors of my life, God bless his soul. He's still alive, but he was amazing, honestly. And he saw something in me that I didn't see in myself.
Wow, and what a difference, you know, that one ally made in the trajectory of your career.
Gave me courage. Unbelievable.
Wow. So now I'm going to turn to you, Gavin. Hello. You are managing director.
Give it a good shot, Gavin.
Yeah, where do I go? Where do I go with that?
You're managing director for the enterprise business in Australia, but you're also an executive sponsor for Women of Cisco ANZ, and for that we appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Very brave.
So,
and I want to ask you a little bit what made you choose to be an ally, and why do you see this as an important part of driving the culture in your organization?
yeah, thanks, Julie. First of all, I want to say, wasn't that lunch incredible? That was the best food of the whole week.
Did you drink?
I did not have an espresso martini, but I know a few people in the audience who did. I'm wearing black shoes, blue suit, and a white shirt. Sounds a bit boring. So I think what was happening is, over the years, I've started sponsoring and mentoring different women over the years, and also doing the exec shadowing program. And Cisco's pretty impressive like that, where you have all these different programs that come along, and they're all quite different. And what I found is that sometimes there was actually just a little bit of effort in the right direction, or just guiding somebody that made a big impact on their future and their career. And quite honestly, I wasn't doing that much. It was all already there, and it was just helping people get there. I bumped into somebody earlier today, and I don't know, they might be in the audience, and they said, Gavin, I just wanted to say thank you, because 3 years ago when I won an award, which was an internal award, it was one of the chairman type awards within Cisco, you sent me an email to say, like, well done, amazing, great work. And they said, I just wanted to let you know that really impacted me. And I had no idea. And I really try to take time out to authentically respond, and where I think people have really made a big difference. So when I thought of becoming one of the exec sponsors, it was, if I can take that and I can bring in scale, that will be a big impact for Cisco and women in Cisco. And then the second thing is from a personal point of view, and maybe just go into a little bit like detail here, is I was also a little bit scared, because when I spoke to my allies, they were like, Gavin, I really want to help, I want to get involved, but I'm just scared I'm going to say the wrong thing, and I'm going to do the wrong thing, and I don't know where to start. And I remember the first meeting I had with the core meeting of Women of Cisco, and I said, look, I'm here to learn and grow. I want to make a difference. You've got to accept me as part of your team. And when I get it wrong, just help me learn and get there. And they were actually incredible. But it's real. Like we sometimes just don't know where to start and how to actually get there.
Yeah, and sometimes we have to be vulnerable, and taking that first step to being an ally.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, Gloria, I'm going to turn back to you. When it comes to allyship, you hear it branded about a bit, and there can be a difference between, authenticity and performance.
Yeah.
So can you talk to us a bit about the difference between performative allyship and true allyship? And what would you give leaders to become, what advice and guidance could you give leaders to become true allies across a full range of diversity factors?
Yeah, the word performative allyship, I think, speaks for itself. It's not genuine. It's not sincere. You're not centering the people for whom you're called to be allies for. You're centering the need for recognition and, getting the brownie points for doing it. It's very disingenuous. And so when I think about what I would tell leaders, I'm actually inspired by you, Gavin, and what you just said. Because the first thing I would tell leaders is that in order to be an ally, this is hard, crunchy stuff where you've got to be vulnerable, where you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable, right? Because comfort is the enemy of allyship, and you have to build that muscle. And I love that you were very vulnerable and said, I was afraid to make a mistake, but we've got to lean into that. And we need more Cisconians, customers, partners, and suppliers to be authentic and transparent as you just were. You just modeled that from the stage. The second thing I would say is that we really have to work on busting through the mythology of who we are. You know, we all live in parallel universes. And there's a lot of mythology about what Gloria is really about, and what people who look like Gloria is really about. And in order to be true allies, we've got to get proximate to the people for whom we want to be allies for, to break through the fallacies and mythologies of who we think each other are. And I'm proud of the fact that the three of you on this stage are really part of what I think is one of the crown jewels of Cisco, and that's our inclusive communities, right? 29 inclusive communities across 70 countries who represent 30% of Cisconians, who have the ability to transform our culture and build an allyship, because it provides opportunities not only to demonstrate it, but to get it. It is a glide path. It also provides opportunities for proximity, right? And so one of the other things I'm proud of that we have at Cisco is that we have something called the Proximity Initiative that was born out of a conversation with Chuck Robinson and Brian Stevenson of the Equal Justice Initiative. And the notion is, in order for you to be able to build that empathy and to really understand how you can be a true ally, you have to get proximate to the reality of someone's lived experience. And I've got someone on my team, Alex Allen, who travels all over the world sharing that initiative with customers and partners, and I'm really super proud of that. The last thing I would say is, don't believe that allyship has to be loud and visible. And this is what I mean. I'm reflecting on someone that worked for me a few roles ago, who was an openly gay man. And I had a manager who made it unequivocally clear that he didn't like him. And literally, without exaggeration, friends, my manager would come to my office, which was immediately adjacent to his, and give me some reason why this particular individual should not work at our company. It was everything from, he fell asleep in a meeting. Your peers say that he's not committed. He has too many eyelashes. It was just ridiculous, right? Just completely unfounded, openly biased behavior. And in anticipation of performance evaluations, because at that time, at that particular company, the manager had to approve your employees' ratings and performance evaluations that were tied to their compensation. So anticipating that my manager was going to try to use the performance evaluation as an opportunity to be biased, I proactively went to all of my peers, and I said, I need you to give me written feedback on every single employee that works for me, positive, negative, don't hold back. And so I proactively put that feedback into his performance evaluation, which was overwhelmingly and uniformly positive. And so when it came time for my manager to review it, he said, well, I don't think this is the right rating for this person because, you know, he's not committed, he's not competent. Your peers complain all the time. And I said, really? That's funny, because in the written documentation I have about their feedback, they didn't have a single complaint. And so as I tell that story, you should know I never told that employee that I did that. I wasn't looking for the credit. In fact, I don't think I've ever told that story publicly until this very moment on this stage. And my point is that true allyship doesn't require me to get credit. It doesn't require me to be loud or vocal. It just requires me to be effective. And I know there are people who are speaking for me in rooms that I don't know about and are standing in the gap for me and being a protector and an ally and an advocate for me about things I know nothing about. And so we really have to lean into that to be true.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. So Jackie, I'm going to come back to you and your experience as a leader of very large organizations. You know, what are some of the actionable steps that you've taken to foster a culture of allyship within your own orgs?
Yeah. Well, I want to come back to the inclusive communities for a second. So I love them. I love them.
And we love you.
In fact, I'm a member of pretty much all of them. I'm a Latina. I am a kangaroo. I'm a woman in tech. I am married to a woman. And yeah, there's so many more. So many more. But yeah, I actually think that is, to your point, Gloria, is the power of Cisco. It's one of the reasons why I joined the company, when I had a very open conversation with Chuck on the way in, by the way. That one's for drinks later. And he was like, I love all of that about you, Jackie, and we want to hire you even more. And that was my introduction to Cisco, which is why, you know, for so many reasons I feel so comfortable here. Being me, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same in places I'd worked before. But in terms of what I've done, what actionable steps I've done, you know, I think, like Gloria said, it's about action. And action is not always seen. I could list thousands of things I do every year, every day, something to help someone. Usually they have no idea or they don't know. It doesn't matter, because it's just about making the world a better place. For me, it is as simple as that. But in terms of women in IT, I mean, it's such a challenge. It's such a challenge, and it breaks my heart. And I do everything I possibly can. And as you know, we worked together when I was the CIO of Cisco. CIO of Cisco. Is that the first? I think that was the first woman CIO of Cisco.
And she was awesome.
And as Julie knows, and she was CIO of Australia at the time at Cisco, and we were, you know, in the same organization. When I joined, most of the direct reports that were working in my team, most of my direct reports, pretty much all looked the same. And let's just say there weren't that many women. In fact, none. None. So fast forward 4 years. 4 years after I left the CIO role, 6 out of 10 women, and 7 diverse, 7 diversity. And that was not an easy journey. I had Latinos, I had Pan-Asians, I had African American and woman, and it was an incredible team. I mean, I believe in diverse teams. I think the diversity of thought of what you get in your team, if you put the effort in, by far outweighs having mini-me's.
That's right, yeah.
And there are a lot of people in companies today that continue to have mini-me's.
That's right.
And so what do I do every single day? I make this point. I tell them all, anyone who wants to hear what I did. And they go, how long did that take? I go, 4 years. 4 years. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Now, fast forward, and as Helen knows, put your hand up, Helen. Put your hand up in the air. So, as Helen knows, you know, we're on a journey now to hire customer success executives, because we're investing, because we want to drive software adoption, we want to get our customers happy so that they can keep coming back to Cisco. And women are perfect for those roles. Relationship management, EQ.
That's right.
They're awesome. They're really good at those roles, and they're really hard to get. And so in the first example, where it took me 4 years to get a diverse team, and in the second example that I'm going to explain, and I know we're not supposed to talk about quotas. I know that. But I also know unless you do something and you lead by example, then the quotas won't move. So what I do is I say to my P&C partner, hey, you keep giving me all these CVs, and they all look like mini-me's. So can you give me CVs with no mini-me's on the page? So I get around the quota, because I want to see what else is out there. And funnily enough, 100% of diverse candidates show up. Isn't that incredible?
Yes.
When you ask for, like, give me half, you get none. And when you say, I've already got 1,000 mini-me's, can you give me 100 different people? Because I love diversity. I love diversity of thought. Those CVs show up. And then you put the candidates, the 2 lots of candidates through the pipeline, through the interview process, and guess what? A diverse list of people come up.
That's right.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
How incredible is that?
Absolutely.
But the point I'm making is, if you don't ask, you don't get.
That's right.
And that applies to everything that we do. Right now, we've got more than 50% of female candidates for our CSC roles. We're trying to keep them motivated. We're trying to tell them why join Cisco, because Cisco's changing. We want more diversity, and you can have a career here. You don't have to be technical. I mean, I used to be, or at least I think I was. I don't know. Maybe somehow I got through and they didn't spot me. But, you know, we have project managers, we have communications people, we have relationship managers, we have salespeople. We are a company that can hire pretty much anyone in the world. And I believe you have to encourage people, even people who are not in tech, who maybe get paid half of what we get paid in tech. Encourage them to come, because you can usually spot people who are good at relationships, who could learn the basics of technology to do the jobs that we have here at Cisco. And I think that, you know, frankly, the pandemic's opened up. It's opened up the amount of people that we could encourage to come to work for an amazing company. That's right. An amazing company. So keep pushing. Keep pushing. I keep pushing every single day.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I have to just interject and say how much it matters to see women in leadership positions. Because for us in your department, myself included, having Jackie as our group CIO, you know, that makes a difference. And that really helps.
Can you say it again? Group CIO.
It just makes a world of difference for the individuals in your organization. So I'm going to change topics a little bit for this one, Gavin, and talk a bit about, you know, mentorship. Because you've been a very influential mentor and advocate for numerous women throughout your career. And I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on your unique approach, particularly how you guide and tailor your approach to the individual's strengths and weaknesses and circumstances, because we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different circumstances. And perhaps you can share with us a few inspirational examples.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That was a long question.
That was a long question. It was broken down into 3 parts.
You remember?
So I think I'm pretty simple in my approach. I don't know if it's unique, but I start off with the concept of, like, at the end of the day, we're all human. That's right. And from that, I really want to understand from the individual what actually makes you happy. What do you actually really want to do? What are you really good at? And let their strength shine through. And I think, just feeding off what Jackie said, we don't want you to pretend you're something else, because the whole concept of diversity and bringing in and trying to get to a whole means you need different skills to get there. So we don't want mini-me's. And sometimes you find people go, well, I need to be like that. And you don't. That's the complete opposite of what we need and want in the environment. So the whole concept is focus on your strength, focus on what makes you happy. You'll be good at it. There's a spot for you somewhere within Cisco. And as you say, we're so big that there's a spot for everybody in the right place. And that's how you'll build the most amazing, diverse teams. I did have a quick story. It was about a year ago when I had somebody who I was mentoring, and they said to me, I want to move from a non-sales role into a sales role. And I asked them, I said, well, would you like me to speak to the hiring manager, you know, just give them a bit of a heads up about you and your strengths and all of that. And I spoke to the hiring manager, and they said, yeah, Gavin, you know, we're about 50% women in our team. And the person, they're not like everyone else. And I'm just not sure whether they're going to fit in. And I think at that moment you have 2 ways to go. You can either, you know, get defensive, or you can actually lean in and go, well, give me a bit more info. Why do you say that? What does it mean? And all of that. And I started explaining to them about intersectionality, and that this person had come from a different background, and if they had acted in a certain way, it would be seen as disrespectful, different. It was age, it was culture, it was religion, it was like the whole stack. And by the end of it, they were actually doing the opposite. They were going, we really need someone like that in our team. And it didn't take a long time. It was like a 5-10 minute it was a 10-minute conversation. And by the end, they were like, let me build a plan to see how we can get that person into the team. And I need a period of time to bring them along, because they've got all these skills and all this goodness that we do not have in our team. So I think also sometimes we sort of go, well, you know, we've got a certain number of females, males, all these different groups, and we're done. We're done. Exactly.
It never stops.
And we're not done.
Yeah.
But I've also been thinking about it, like being at Cisco Live this week, and yes, we've got amazing products, and yes, Dave was on stage talking about the 1990s and what we built. And I strongly believe that what we did on our products to get us here won't get us there.
That's right.
And the products that we develop in over the years need to show up differently. The products need to have the EQ built in.
That's right. And that's where we need CX.
And that's where we need CX. So when you look at a product, you need to look at it and go, this is a diverse product. It actually has the whole of everybody built into it.
That's right.
And you could look at a really old product built like 10, 15 years ago and go, that certainly wasn't built that way. So when we talk about women in Cisco and we talk about diversity, it needs to be the whole stack.
That's right.
It can't just be in pieces.
That's exactly right.
I love that you did a technology analogy.
He's such a geek.
I feel like we could have this conversation for hours. It's such a powerful topic, but unfortunately, we don't have all day. So I'd like us to land on just your closing thoughts, each one of you, of all the areas we've covered today. For our audience that are here, what is the one action that you would like people to take away and that they can do differently as they go out and about their jobs tomorrow? And we'll start with you, Gloria.
I'm sort of leaning into the fact of kind of where we are in the world, right? So geopolitically, war, a tremendous increase in hate crimes. And I'm also leaning into the fact that there's no community on the planet that has made progress without having allies that didn't look like them, put their voice and their privilege, in some instances, their lives. And so the one thing that I would call everyone to think about is to not ask or to wait for the right position or permission or perfect timing. Because no matter what you do as a customer or a partner or as a Cisconian, all of us have a voice or a position or an ability or a privilege that we can use to advocate for someone. And given where we are in the world, carpe diem, don't wait, do it now.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right, over to you, Jackie.
One or two?
You can have two. You can have two.
So, I like action. So I would say that, if every person, who's here today could go find one woman in Cisco that needs some support, needs some help. You can usually spot who they are, by the way.
It's true.
You can usually see who needs help. I'm a big reader of people's body language in the room. Actually, even in the virtual room, you can see it if you look hard enough. Yeah. Or if you just ask the question before a meeting starts, hey, are you all right? When's the last time someone asked you that? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes my team get a bit sick because I ask them all the time. But I think it's important. Just ask people, how are they, before you get into the work. And if someone needs help or you can see someone struggling, then you need to take action. That we're people at the end of the day. This is the Cisco family. So if we care, we should do something. So find a woman who needs some support. If you need my support, I'm only a WebEx away. Mind you, every morning when I wake up, the WebEx looks like a Christmas tree, because that's what we do. So one woman you can help, and then go find an incredible female outside Cisco and convince her to join us.
Yes.
And if you want, and I will put this offer out there. If you want me to talk to them, I will do it. 200 people here, 200 people I'll have a quick phone call with, because Cisco's an amazing company. Everyone who went to AWS wants to come back. Google's kind of okay, but not really. Cisco is the place to be.
Yes. All right, Gavin, as our very special ally here with us today, we'll leave you with your last final remarks on this topic.
Thank you. So I've got two great mentors, and they both are VPs within Cisco, and they both are country managers. And the one is a female, and the one is a male. And when I meet with them, I get a completely different perspective of the world and strategy and all of that. But when I put them together, I get like X-ray vision of what's possible. And for me, that is really powerful, is to have that combination. So my comment to everyone is, first of all, go and find a mentor. Make sure you have a mentor. But also just coming back right to the beginning about, sometimes not knowing where to start as a male ally, is be a mentor for a male ally as well, because we've got a huge amount to learn. And I think that my teams are coming to me going, Gavin, we need more women in our teams all the time because we see a different way of thinking. And there is just so much huge knowledge that we can all benefit from. So it's got to also be a two-way. And when you have that two-way process, I just think that we all get much more value.
Yeah, terrific. So much great wisdom from all of you. I hope all of you took something away from our fabulous panel today about allyship that you'll take into your lives as we leave the room today. I want to thank Gloria, Gavin, and Jackie so much for joining us at Women of Cisco. And I would now like to welcome a very special person to close us up today. It is Pallavi Arora. She is head of our CX Centers for Asia Pacific, Greater Japan, and China. Welcome, Pallavi, and thank you.
What an awesome session. Thank you. That was so awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Julie. There you go. Don't you all agree what an awesome session it was? Even though we all had a very nice lunch, I'm sure none of you felt sleepy because of this awesome panel. It just energized us so much and so much of insight. So I really want to thank Julie for being a fabulous host, Gavin, Gloria, Jackie for sharing such great information with us. And here is what I took away from this whole session. First, understanding what is the culture of allyship. And I see a lot of our allies in the audience. I'm so thrilled to see that, by the way. Thank you. And I feel like only it's not that we expect men to be allies. You heard Jackie and Gloria talk about how women can be allies. We can help each other, right? So all of you have taken a vow to bring one another talented woman from outside of Cisco into Cisco, right? So that's a great takeaway. The second thing is all about mentorship. Each of us can be mentor to someone, and each of us deserve a mentor. So we help others, and we help ourselves. I think that's something that we all want to take away from this session. And third most important thing was allyship. Again, coming back to allyship is we all keep postponing. Oh, I know, this is great, Women of Cisco. There is this other ERO. I don't know how to become a member. Maybe some other time. Let's go do it now. There's never a time. There's never a time in the future that you want to do. So like Jackie mentioned, there's so many EROs in Cisco, and it's a great way to find what you associate most with and become one today, right? So with that, we are going to be showing you a QR code. Let's bring up the slide. Please scan this QR code. For those of you who are inside of Cisco, for those of you who are outside of Cisco, we are going to be posting this in our LinkedIn as well. This is going to be showing you about all the future events that we are going to be organizing. So those outside of Cisco, this is a great way for you to know what we are doing as part of Women of Cisco and figure out how you want to either volunteer, we are looking for volunteers, or you want to participate in the event. So once again, a great session, and have a great rest of the day for everyone. Thank you.